All right. Rowe. Bagley.
Here.
Harding is absent. Johnson. Johnson.
Here.
Melton. Palermo.
Here.
Mr. President.
Here. Please rise for the pledge and invocation by Councilmember Bagley.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon. Please be seated, everybody. Good to see so many faces here today, and we got a long night ahead of us, but we're looking forward to it. Just my remarks today are, you got school starting again, so you got the athletics, high school, grade school. It's a fun time of the year. And tomorrow I get to go to Pine Elementary School to greet students coming in, so that's going to be fun. And I wanted to give a birthday shout out to, if Councilmember Melton will allow me to do it, Andy Otto, the Bulldog, turned 27, a good friend of ours. So wanted to give a shout out to Andy, who loves going to high school football games and the Huskers and Notre Dame and the Royals and everything. So I know Councilmember Melton wanted to give him a shout out as well.
Yeah, happy birthday to Andy. He's such a great kid and really exemplifies the spirit that we would love to see our young people have. He truly loves Omaha and the teams. And so happy birthday, Andy.
Thanks. Thank you.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here today. Look forward to your input and testimony on our many items on our agenda. I'd encourage you to turn your cell phones off or at least turn them to vibrate. We do have one presentation today that'll be read by Councilmember Johnson for the Million Father March Day, but two items of note before that. You'll notice that we're missing one person here at the diocese, but he is on Zoom. Mr. Harding is by Zoom today. I just wanted people to know that if they see his name on the screen there. He's currently traveling but participating in that respect. And then secondly, I wanted to note a group that I just spoke with who's here with Val McPherson and the University of Nebraska at Omaha. It's the Young Southeast Asian Leadership Institute, who's here studying city government and Douglas County government. And so we appreciate having them here, and we appreciate their interest in local government. Welcome. Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Whereas 2022 marks the 15th anniversary of Million Father March Day, where fathers and other significant male caregivers in cities throughout the country accompanied their children to the first day of school and joined with teachers and students to set goals for achievement and attendance in the 2022-2023 school year. And whereas the Million Father March is an opportunity for fathers, uncles, grandfathers, coaches, and mentors to show their commitment to the educational lives of their children throughout the school year, setting the example of academic success and instilling a lifelong love of learning as the catalyst for the future success. And whereas research shows that children whose fathers take active roles in their educational lives earn better grades, score higher on tests, enjoy school more, and are more likely to graduate from high school and pursue post-secondary educational opportunities. And whereas when fathers are actively engaged, children are less vulnerable to the risk of childhood poverty, mental illness, juvenile delinquency, and substance abuse. And while fathers gain parenting skills and economic self-sufficiency, leading to better students, better schools, and better communities, whereas on behalf of Omaha citizens, we thank Black Men United for local sponsorship of an event that raises awareness of the importance of fathers playing a positive role in their children's education. Now, Therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Omaha, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, August 17th, 2022, as the Million Father March Day. In witness whereof, we have set our hands and caused the official seal of the City of Omaha to be affixed on this 16th day of August 2022. Now, Mr. Hamilton, who leads this organization, unfortunately is not here today, but he did reach out to me today and asked that I present this in person tomorrow when the doors open at school tomorrow. And so I'll be presenting that to him at that time. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 6, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for the Rose at Coventry, replat 1, located southwest of 207th and Q Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 6 is today. Proponents, please.
Afternoon, council members. Jason Thielen, E&A Consulting Group, 1009 Mill Valley Road, Suite 100 in Omaha, here on behalf of the client. This is a preliminary plat request. This is the Rose of Coventry. This is a replat. Q Street, 207th. This was approved a year ago by this body for 179 lots and 178 townhome lots. This large lot in the corner here was reserved for a daycare. The daycare industry has changed quite a bit since COVID, and then we had some space in the middle here, and so the developers would like to add 36 units to this project to take up the daycare space and add a couple buildings here in the middle. And so, can you zoom out there a little bit? Everything you see there in yellow that was approved over a year ago, and the shaded areas are what we are adding. 207th Street had some additional right-of-way. Those units that are up against 207th Street, part of this request is a vacation of some of that right-of-way that will go forward here with the planning as well. Zoning stays the same. As I said, we're adding 36 townhomes lots from 178 to 214 units. And that puts us at 11.34 units per acre. This is zoned R6 with a PUD, so it's under the R5 zoning district. It allows up to 14.5 units per acre. So we are less than the 14.5 units per acre. Planning Board was approved 2 months ago, and we were at the ZBA last week for approval. There are some waivers along with this project due to the nature of it. It's the overlay district is the neighborhood overlay district. And so there's some waiver requests due to the way that the setbacks were for the fronts as well as the sides along the streets. Irregular shaped lot, the zoning doesn't allow for kind of some creativity we need as we're going forward with some new housing product that we're going to start seeing in our marketplace. And so we are working with planning staff on that to make that process a little less cumbersome. We are under a conditional approval, and we agree to those conditions, and I'd be happy to answer questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe, Bagley, Johnson, Melton, Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 6 is approved, 6-0. Items 7 through 9 can be considered together for Majestic 178, located southeast of 177th and State Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is communication in opposition. Item 7, an ordinance to rezone this property from AG District to R4 District. Item 8, a resolution to approve the final plat. Item 9, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearing and vote on items 7, 8, and 9 are today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. Mark Johnson, 11440 West Center Road. Appearing today on behalf of the applicant. With me today is John Coolidge from Lamper Nearson, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe, Bagley, Johnson, Melton, Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Items 10 through 13 relate to the Crossroads located southwest of 72nd and Cass Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. B is a request from the applicant to withdraw these items.
As noted, the applicant has requested a withdrawal of these items. I would take that motion.
Draw items 10 through 13.
Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 14, an ordinance to rezone property located at 1824 Sailor Street from GI District to R5 District. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 14 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Item number 14, 1824 Sailor Street. I would like at this time for the planning department to provide me with a little bit more information as to the purpose of this rezone and what the end game is going to be, please.
Dave Fanslow, City Planning. This is a simple rezoning request. There's currently a single-family home on the lot. It is currently zoned general industrial GI. Single-family housing is not allowed in the GI district. So to bring the site into compliance, they've requested the rezoning. If it were to remain GI and anything happened to the house, they couldn't rebuild. So this is a simple rezoning to make the use on the lot compliant.
So the individual, the homeowner, made a request to have this rezone?
Correct.
And so nothing else that would preclude that home would be impacted by this decision that we're proposing today?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No further lights. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second? Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 16 is approved, 6-0. Or item 14 is approved, 6-0. Item 15, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the MCC overlay district to incorporate into that district the property located at 4768 Q Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 15 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Brian Acker, 119 South 49th Avenue. Here to answer any questions that the council might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 15 is approved, 6-0. Item 16, an ordinance to amend the boundaries of the MCC overlay district to incorporate into that district the property located at 11902 West Center Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 16 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 16 is approved, 6-0. Item 17, an ordinance to approve a major amendment to the PUD overlay district located northeast of 99th Street Military Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 17 is today. Proponents, please.
Council members, my name is Ben Delwich with Cost Wilson Architects of 1301 American Boulevard in Bloomington, Minnesota. Here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 17 is approved, 6-0. Item 18, to consider a Class C liquor license for Anna's Place located at 1802 Dodge Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 18 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Jill Coxon and Devin Munt here to represent Anna's Place at 1802 Dodge inside the Indigo Hotel, and we're just here to answer any questions you might have regarding our Class C liquor license application.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion and a second, roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Milton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 18 is approved, 6-0. Item 19, to consider a Class C liquor license for Early Bird located at 10730 Pacific Street, Suite 108.
Public hearing and vote on number 19 is today. Proponents, please.
Mr. President, members of the council, Mike Kelly, 2804 South 87th Avenue. This is another third Early Bird location that's going in. I'm especially excited about this one because it's in my neighborhood. So we'll certainly hope you support this, and we're here for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 19 is approved, 6-0. Item 20, to consider a Class C liquor license for Rudy's Bar located at 8503 Maple Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 20 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon. Robert J. Reuter Jr., 210 South 16th Street, 902-68102. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. This is in my district, but I'm supportive if someone wants to make that motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 20 is approved, 6-0.
Thank you very much.
Item 21, to consider a Class I liquor license for Steelhouse Omaha located at 1100 Dodge Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 21 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon to the council. Rob Futhy, 500 Energy Plaza, on behalf of the applicant, Omaha Performing Arts Society. Just to give you a little bit of background about the project, this is the third venue that the Performing Arts Society is going to be opening in addition to the Orpheum and the Holland Performing Arts Center. This is going to be approximately a 3,000 person venue. I have Mr. Arnold Reeves, who is our CFO and also our manager for the application here as well, and we're happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Hi, I just want to say that I took a look at that big steel house over there, and it looks exciting, invigorating, and does look like it's going to really boost the economy. And I just wanted to say thanks for the investment, and thanks for being in the community and doing all the wonderful things that you're doing and trying to bring back an investment and profitability back into the city of Omaha. Really appreciate that.
Well, wonderful. And I think I forgot to mention we're looking to open in the first half of next year, so we hope to see you down there at some point.
Great. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. I move that we go ahead and approve this, and I would like to sit down and discuss the economic impact of this for this particular area and the city of Omaha.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 21 is approved, 6-0. Item 22, to consider a Class IK liquor license for Village Inn 110801 located at 3839 North 138th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 22 is today. Proponents, please.
My name is Leroy Baker. I'm here to represent the Village Inns. This is going to be our first location with a liquor license, rebuilding the property that we tried to burn down last year, unfortunately, but we're very excited. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any for us.
Thanks. And just your address for the record, too?
Pardon me?
Your address for the record?
15238 Y Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68137.
Gotcha. Any other proponents that want to speak today?
Chris Swing is the manager on the license for the restaurant, if you have any questions for him as well.
Great. Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 22 is approved, 6-0.
Thanks.
Item 23, to consider a Class D liquor license for Casey's 3973, located at 14344 Fort Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 23 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom. We'll get Morgan Wierski off mute here in a second. Try that. Morgan, are you with us? While we're figuring that out, I'll see if there's any other proponents that are here today on number 23. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed, and then I'll try Morgan here one more time, just in case. Looks like we're having mute issues, so okay. In the meantime, we do have a light from Ms. Milton. You're recognized.
Thank you, and I know we always want the applicants to appear, and it looks like Morgan is attempting to appear. I have reviewed the application. Obviously, there are Casey's locations all over the city of Omaha. I haven't seen any problems, heard of any problems with any of the Casey's. And so although we can't hear Morgan at this time, I'm going to go ahead and motion to approve because the applicant clearly is attempting to appear in front of us.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 23 is approved, 6-0. Item 24, to consider a Class D liquor license for Redmond Grocery located at 4205 Redmond Avenue. A's Communications in opposition.
Public hearing and vote on number 24 is today. Proponents, please.
Michael Polk, 2712 South 87th Ave, Omaha 68124, here with the owner, Tariq Ali, in support of the application. I would just like to point out to the council, I know that there was there was an email and a letter issued in opposition to this application, but I would like to point out to the council that Mr. Ali owns TNA Express, TNA Convenience, TNA Groceries in Omaha. None of those places have ever had any issues. He also owns the building that this license would be going into. The building, or the spot that it's going into also previously had a liquor license. And we're here to answer any more questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Come on down.
Good afternoon to the council. My name is James Patterson. I'm the pastor at Trinity Hope Foursquare Church, located at 4030 Redmond Circle, and I live at 1102 Overland Trail in Papillion. I've been the pastor at Trinity Hope for 30 years, and over the last 30 years, we have served this community. We walked the streets. We're focused on kids. One of the things we did also was we started a kids club called the Good News Bears, and we served the kids in that community. This area, over the 30 years, have had a lot of difficulty. Sometimes there was violence. I mean, one of the kids who was in our program's brother died, lost his life down the street. My church happens to be 443 feet or so from what I've known as the 99-cent store for a long time. And this is a kids' place where kids go and hang out. I won't say hang out, but they visit. And then on the back side, there's a daycare center. Then just down the street from that is another daycare center. And just across the street, less than 130 feet is Cubby's. Cubby's already have a Class D license for liquor sales. And so I believe our community is served quite well with alcohol. I know personally of young people in our community who struggle with alcohol. I'm all for another grocery store. I applaud efforts for a grocery store. I applaud efforts to enhance the community. But adding more alcohol to our community is not going to help us. We're struggling already in different areas. And crime-wise, at the church, our air conditioner has been stolen 3 times. Okay, 3 times. And the Omaha Police Department encouraged us to make that controlled property to give them more opportunity to provide more coverage for the area and to discourage loitering. I know even at Cubby's, there was loitering issues, and people had issues sometimes concerned about safety in the neighborhood. So I'm here to oppose liquor license at this location. I'm not here to oppose a grocery store enhancement. I applaud. We need more grocery stores. Nobody has gotten in difficulty from purchasing fresh veggies or an extra loaf of bread. But for alcohol expansion here, we just don't need it in our community. That's what I wanted to share with you.
Thank you. Other opponents today?
Good afternoon, Reverend Portia Cavett, pastor of Clare Memorial United Methodist Church, 5544 Ames Avenue, as well as the president of the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance that is composed of about 25 pastors and churches in Omaha, in metropolitan Omaha. I come as we have continued to state in front of this council that we do not need any more liquor establishments in North Omaha. North Omaha has already been marked as a bad place, and people in this city of Omaha deems it as so and say that people should not come across a certain street within that neighborhood. And so for this to be a new establishment and a new liquor license, I would ask that you would say no. This area, 42nd and Redmond, is a known hotspot in North Omaha, and you can look up the police reports. One of the owners in that area has been attacked and beaten, and so if this establishment and this gentleman owns that property, he knows what's already around. And to have a grocery store is one thing, but why do you have to have and sell alcohol in a grocery store? If you're there to support the community, hopefully he lives in the community, but I'm not sure. But what are we doing to make sure that we are taking care of the residents that live in that area? And if there is 8 establishments within 1 mile of this place, why another one? There is enough alcohol in North Omaha, and I implore each and every one of you to recognize this neighborhood does not need another liquor establishment. You have my letter that is before you. I don't need to go through it, but every time something comes up in North Omaha, I will come before you and ask you to open up your heart and to recognize that enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents today?
Good afternoon to the council. My name is Reverend Alvin P. McCruel, pastor of St. John Missionary Baptist Church, located at 3912 North 16th Street, zip code 68110. I stand before you today to express my concern regarding the liquor license for this establishment because of the fact that we know that we have an epidemic of alcoholism and alcohol-related crime that is being perpetrated within the city. And certainly we don't want our young people to be getting started early on alcohol, because when young people get started early on alcohol, then that sets them up for being career alcoholics. And certainly we have a great concern for young people in the community as well as adults. We understand how there are responsible adults who know how to control alcohol drinking. but certainly there are many who do not know how to control alcohol drinking. There are those who take a drink, and then after taking the drink, then the drink takes them and takes control over them. My concern is for the health and safety of all of our citizens, and certainly more alcohol might generate more revenue, but it might certainly also generate more costs to the city in trying to take care of the health of those who are addicted to alcohol, and certainly trying to deal with the crime that comes as a result of alcohol. And I certainly implore each and every one of you to consider the cost in the long run of alcohol rather than the short-term gain from tax revenue and that sort of thing that will come from the sale of alcohol. Thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope that you will certainly consider my comments in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents today?
My name is Carol Clough. You need address?
Yes.
5941 North 92nd Avenue, Omaha 68134. Was not here to speak for this, but I just want to echo the last speaker's thoughts that slow growth is often the best growth. And so would just encourage you to look at other ways. We know that many parts of our city are food deserts, and so is there a way within that grocery store setting to add fresh produce, to add healthy things that people need? We got to retrain our taste buds, but there are opportunities for growth that will sustain the community long term without adding another liquor license establishment in such close proximity. You heard Pastor James Patterson talk about all the daycare centers that are in very close proximity. So what could be better done to serve this next generation of the children in this neck of the woods?
Thank you. Other opponents today?
Good afternoon, council members. Chris Wagner, 11620 M Circle. I just wanted to correct the record. The gentleman's attorney got up and he rolled off a few businesses. I believe one of those was the TNA Express at 5825 North 30th Street. He mentioned there were no problems, no violations, and I just wanted to point out that the business was cited on March 1st, 2019 for selling to minors, and the business pled guilty on June 19th of 2019 to that violation. And that member, this is according to the Liquor Control Commission's website, the license history for that business, and it says the owner is Tariq Ali.
Thank you. Any other opponents today? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank the ministers, Patterson, Cavett, and McCruel, for coming up and sharing your knowledge and your expertise in terms of what the potential impact of having a liquor license at this location would bring to this community and to Omaha. I'd also like to thank Carol Club for coming forth and, again, sending a message, a clear message of the impact that alcohol presents to an underserved community. I appreciate you coming forward to share that knowledge. And then I'd like to thank Mr. Chris Wagner for sharing that information, factual information that perhaps we were not aware of, most certainly members in this community as well as those listening on Zoom may not have been aware of in terms of history of this applicant. And lastly, I would like to address the owner, Tariq Ali. Please, if you would come up to the mic. Hi, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good. Hey, I have no doubt that you do play a valuable part in the community as it relates to the grocery store and the other stores that you have in Omaha. More importantly, they're at 42nd and Redmond. That area is an area where we really don't have a lot of grocery stores, so you are fulfilling a huge need, a great need. Ms. Clubb mentioned the opportunity that you would have if you were to perhaps address some of the food desert concerns that that community has as well.
Right, we are planning on doing that.
And just before you do, could you have your name and address for the record too?
Yes, 5432 B Street, Tariq Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I just want to share with this body and everyone in the room here, I did ask the police to do an analysis of crime, homicide, as well as nonviolent crimes in the last couple of weeks, as we see an uptick in shootings and things of that nature. All of the information is not completely in. However, the information that I needed for District 7, as well as looking at some comparisons with homicide as well as nonviolent crime across Omaha in all 7 districts. District 2 was the highest among homicide as well as nonviolent crime. So when we look at statistical data, when we're talking about alcohol and we're talking about kids nearby, and we're looking at the opportunity for young folks to be at risk to line our prison system at a huge level, I just can't ignore those facts, and I can't ignore the concerns that's being shared here in the room. So at this time, I move that this liquor license be denied. Thank you.
I'll second that. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. And you know, I would support it as well, because I do believe with the facts that Councilman Johnson just stated, with apparently her district, she's confirmed, has the highest crime rate. I just find it, I wish some of the reverends and the pastors would have been here when I was attempting to at least get, force other clubs, private clubs in the area to get a liquor license. And no one showed up for that. So we currently have kids that are able to get alcohol, and actually even get alcohol after 2 a.m. at the private clubs that are in the area. And so I was trying to help the area by making sure there were liquor licenses so that police could monitor, like your grocery store.
Right.
And I think that that's very important, is to make sure that anyone serving alcohol has to follow all of the laws and has to have a liquor license. So in all honesty, it appears that you could probably become a private club, and then you can just give away alcohol at all hours of the day and night, like other areas in North Omaha. One of the things that we have asked before, what do you want to sell for alcohol? Like, would you, and I know we've done this before in other areas where there are problem areas, would you be willing to limit your alcohol sales to no single cans, no single shots, not even the big single beer cans, so that you have to purchase a lot more, so that people can't go in and use your store as kind of their refrigerator, as so to speak. I think that's how Councilman Jerem used to refer to it. What would you be willing to limit it to? Because if you're not able to sell the liquor, I understand that the profit margins, especially for food and good produce, is very small. So a lot of times, to make it up, in order to keep the doors open, that's where you make up the difference.
From my experience without a liquor license, there's just no way you could keep a business going. So you gotta have some sort of liquor license. Might not have to be a Class D, or like my lawyer said, they had a beer license before it was, I guess the guy closed it for a while, he got hurt, but you need some sort of level license to operate.
Well, and tell me this, what kind, so there's places that call themselves a grocery, and then there's places that are more like a convenience shop.
Right.
Is this a place where I could buy food that I could go home and cook? Can I buy meat and vegetables and things like that? Or is this a place where I can go and buy Snickers bars and Ruffles chips?
No, it's
and
more than
pop?
that. We plan on putting freezers, produce, a meat counter. Obviously not a whole scale just because the space is limited. But my plan is to have a smaller grocery store, a fully operating.
And do you have anything that you could offer to show us of what your idea is? Because again, I'm not necessarily for a convenience store either. There is a Cubby's already across the
it's more than a
street.
convenience store.
But if this is going to be more of a convenience store and it's really not going to help solve kind of the food, and when we say food desert, I'm
Right.
talking about healthy foods that you could go to the grocery, pick
Right,
up and go
fruits,
home and cook,
vegetables,
not,
Right.
going and getting a Lunchable for your kid for dinner. So what kind of grocery are you actually?
Well, we'll have fully grocery aisles. So I'm planning to have limited amount of vegetables and fruits, and then a fully freezer section and pretty much all the fully groceries, not just, like you said, snacks but we are planning on having meat, fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits.
You will have fresh produce.
Yes.
So fresh fruit and fresh vegetables.
Yes.
And are those going to be kind of locally? Or are you working with local farms, or where are you getting the produce?
We got produce from AWG. It's one of the biggest wholesalers in the country, actually.
Okay. And how many people do you plan to employ?
At least 5 to 6 people.
Would that be part-time or full-time?
Full-time.
And do they have or do you offer benefits?
Not at the moment.
What's your average hourly rate?
$15.
$15? What alcohol do you plan to sell?
I was planning on selling beer and liquor.
Okay, beer and liquor?
Yes.
So are you going to sell any single cans?
It's permitted, yes.
Okay, would you be willing to reduce that so that to no single cans and no single shots, so that, sometimes this is when I kind of miss having
Right.
Councilman Jerem on the council, because he always knew the details. We could ask you to limit it to nothing smaller, and I forget if it's a fifth. Do we have anybody, Mr. Wiesen, or anybody that knows the proper alcohol terms?
Matt Kazee from the Law Department. Mr. Wiesens is in the back and is working his way to answer these questions.
Do you mind? I'm going to call one of our city attorneys who is more knowledgeable, and so that I don't misstate kind of the sizes. What I'm looking to do, Mr. Wiesen, is ask this applicant to limit the sales. And I know we've done that before, where there'll be no single cans of beer. It'd have to be 6-packs or more. And then the size of the alcohol bottles, I don't remember what the size would be that we've done before, so that you can't go in and get the single or small bottles. And again, it's to try and keep these stores from basically being, the refrigerator for people hanging out on the street.
Ryan Wiesen, Assistant City Attorney. Without having had the ability to go back and look up exactly what we've done in the past, I'm speculating a little bit. I think it was 40 ounces and under to capture both the cans of malt beer liquor, as well as the smaller smaller bottles of a hard liquor. It could have been.
That sounds right. I wouldn't want to guess, but because I want to keep it from having those kind of monster beers or whatever they're called, and then now they have others with vodka in them and whatever all the rest of them are. I'm not as familiar with my liquors as possible, as maybe I should be. I just don't. I want to keep it from that, because I think that would be better. So 40 ounces, and we can make that recommendation if they accept. We can put that on our recommendation that goes down to the Liquor Control Commission, and that'll be part of their license. Is that correct?
Correct. If the applicant makes an affirmative statement that they are willing to amend their application today to include those restrictions, the council could make that recommendation subject to that restriction. If the applicant refuses to make that amendment to their application, then the council cannot force them to. The council can only either approve the application as it's presented right now or recommend denial of the application.
And if there are future problems with this establishment and the use of liquor or problems, what can the city do? And I mean, I know I'm sitting in the law committee right now, and we have some other problem liquor licenses, and we call them in. But in the future, we could actually then request that they do a long form and send it back down with no recommendation if there's numerous problems and calls to this area over the next year or two, correct?
That's correct. Both the city council as a local governing body, as well as individual citizens, if they file the appropriate forms and protests, can trigger the long form process where the applicant would have to resubmit a long form application for their liquor license to continue. The council also does have the authority in certain limited, more extreme circumstances to revoke or cancel a liquor license for cause, subject to review by the Liquor Control Commission, but that's a more limited power that the city council has.
Okay, what I want to say is if we're giving them a chance and limiting their license now, because again, you know, if we have the opportunity to provide fresh food and a place where somebody could walk to get fresh food that they can take home and cook for their family, I want that. But if they can't stay open because of the problem with not enough money, what's the in-between? So I'm trying to kind of come up with the in-between, but what are the protections for the pastor and the people that live around and the church that are around that if they don't fulfill their kind of good neighborly promise, what can we do in order to maybe remove that liquor license?
Those would be the options available to the city council's local governing body, the long form application process, then also cancellation revocation. That's in addition to the Liquor Control Commission's ability to suspend or otherwise penalize the license. They have more powers than the city council does and can act independently of the city council. But with specific respect to the city council, you're limited to the long form process, revocation, and cancellation.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wiesen. Sir, Mr. Ali, and what guarantees can you give this council that what you say is going to be in your grocery store will actually be in your grocery store?
Well,
I mean, and I'm not talking about, we can limit you could agree to limit. Would you agree to limit so that you'd have nothing under 40 ounces?
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so you would be okay with that limitation on your liquor license. That means it'd be a violation of your liquor license if you sold anything smaller or under 40 ounces.
Yeah, sure, yes.
You have your attorney with you? Yes, if you could.
So I'm looking this up.
A
fifth is 25 ounces. So anything under 40 ounces would be.
Pretty much everything.
But I think
those. Pretty much everything. A liter is under 40 ounces.
Oh, a liter is under 40 ounces?
Yeah. So
a fifth, it'd be anything under a fifth? Did you say a fifth is 25 ounces?
Yeah, so anything under a fifth, and in fact, Mr. Wiesen beat me in a case one time where the council limited anything under 750 mils at that we took up on appeal and lost for another client. So that was the restriction that time, anything under 750.
And what's 750?
750 is a fifth.
Okay. Okay, so actually it might be better if we just called it 750 mils instead of ounces.
I'm trying to think of it. I don't remember the name of the client. Oh, it was on Blondo. It was like 69th and Blondo. But because of the citizen complaints, you asked that they did not sell anything under 750 mils. We took that to the Liquor Commission, lost, and we took it up to the Court of Appeals and lost. So that was held as a reasonable restriction. I think Mr. Ali would agree to no single can sales, and you would also agree to no alcohol sales under 750 mils. And
no, not that.
No?
Under 750,
well,
it's pretty much no.
Well, you know what, Mr. Ali, and let me just be blatantly honest. I don't know whether you have the votes right now, even if I do limit it. I'm attempting to try and come up with an in-between so that we can I don't want to limit being able to provide fresh meat and fresh produce to the people in this neighborhood, because I know Cubby's doesn't offer that. So what I'm hoping is to come up with an in-between where you're able to still sell some alcohol and provide the groceries and the availability of food. And by the way, if you're not interested in that, I'm fine with that.
No, I'm interested.
I'm not, I'm just trying to come up with maybe some kind of balance in between. And if you're not willing to do that, I'm fine with that too. I can go ahead and vote no with the others, and I don't think you're going to have any license at all. So what I'm trying to do is just come up with
something in between.
with something that benefits both the neighborhood and yourself as a business owner in the community. And I mean, do you plan on joining any of the neighborhood groups? Will you plan to provide?
I'm willing to work with the neighbors, with the neighborhood, whatever concern they have, I'm willing to address that.
And the pastors that got up and spoke, would you agree to exchange numbers so that if anybody in their
Yes, I would love to meet
church
with them
or
sit
the
with them.
community is having any issues, or some kids at the kids club, it gets back that, some kids are hanging around, or they're able to get some alcohol from your
Right,
place, they have a way to contact you. I mean,
Yes.
you probably count on them contacting the police too, but they have a way to contact you to prevent any problems. Because what we need is, what they want in the neighborhood is a good neighbor.
Right, and I understand that. I would love to meet with them actually and sit with them.
And have you met with any of them before?
I have not, no.
What's the time frame on this, Madam Clerk, if we were to lay this over for a week?
Recommendation is due back to the Liquor Control Commission by August 29th.
So I think I don't know if there was a motion and a second. I would move to lay this over, but I think a motion to, I don't know if a motion, I'm sorry, because I don't remember.
It was seconded. That would have to be a substitute motion, correct?
You would have to withdraw the motion.
I was looking to just lay it over for a week if Ms. Johnson would allow the layover for a week for purposes of discussion.
Ms. Johnson, yes.
Yes,
Was your
it would be your decision.
No, I'm not willing to.
Okay. Well, then I guess my negotiation was for naught. So tempting to help, because I think it's really important for the area, especially for the food deserts, to have fresh produce and fresh meat. But
He's also indicated that he takes EBT at his other stores. He takes EBT.
And Mr. Polk, I think you're going to have to state your name and address for the record.
Michael
again.
Polk, 2712 South 87th Ave, 68124. Mr. Ali also takes EBT. So, and he's invested a considerable amount of money in buildings and stores in North Omaha, over $1 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I've done what I could, and I think I'm limited at this point.
Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would have a question on the other stores. I'm not familiar with the TNT stores. Are they full-on grocery stores, or are they convenience stores? What is your experience at running a grocery store that provides the food types that Councilmember Melton was talking about?
Yes, all three carry groceries. One of them, the first one I purchased is the biggest one, and has a meat counter, fresh meat, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, everything you could find in a supermarket, you could find it in one of my stores, in that one. And that's the same plan I have for this one, because it's the similar size to it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Regley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Polk, just a question following up on Mr. Wagner corrected what you had stated earlier. You care to respond to that?
He's correct.
Okay, no, okay, that's okay.
And that, I believe that, if I remember correctly, I believe that was listed in the liquor license as well.
Okay, Mr. Aldi, couple questions for you. What hours would this establishment, if you were to be granted a liquor license, would you run?
8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
You would close at 10 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
At your other establishments, I know it's not required, but do you typically, or do you not reach out to neighbor groups, people in the neighborhood, churches, when you open a business? I was just curious how you typically do that.
This is the first one I opened from ground up. All the other three was purchased, and they were operating already.
Okay. Do you have any security for your place if you were to open this?
Depending on the situation here, I could hire private security.
Okay, I know, I had a conversation with Pastor Patterson, who's here today, on the phone yesterday, and there's several letters of concern that you heard from today, in light of the fact that Cubby's is right across the street, and the issues with crime that were mentioned in the emails and the testimony from people today. I wish you the best of luck at your other place, but I can't support you on this license today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ali, I'm trying to distinguish between your possible place of business with others in the area, and by a quick Google Maps search, it's less than 5 minutes away where somebody could walk and purchase some different alcoholic beverages. So I understand the concern of too many, but what I'm trying to figure out is when we hear of a grocery store, what really is going to matter for me is the percentage, because I hear you saying you're going to have these items, but tell me, and you should know this, is your third or fourth store with a lot of money invested in the community. Give me the breakdown of your freezer space, your deli space, the percentage of alcohol you will have, whether it's in a cooler or on a dry shelf.
I can tell you from sales-wise, 70% of our revenue comes from groceries and not food.
Let me ask you again. Your store, the business you want to open, tell me about the percentage. So if you take the overall building and you break it down into what you sell to the community, tell me what you have for freezer space. Tell me what you would have for deli space. Tell me what you would have for dry goods, and then tell me what you would have for alcohol sales.
Okay. I have currently 4 aisles will be for dry goods. I have a 6-door freezer that's installed, a 12-door beverage cooler, and a 3-door will be for produce and vegetables.
Okay, I haven't been in your store, so I don't know what you mean by aisle, but you as a business owner, this should be pretty simple for you. Give me a percentage on this.
What's the square foot that you're gonna have for liquor sales?
Just one shelf in the back of the cash register.
That's what he's asking.
Probably 20 feet. 20 feet will be for liquor.
Okay, what's the percentage of liquor being seen by the customer in your store to buy then? What's 20 feet?
Probably less than 20%.
Less than 20.
Yes.
Would you advertise to the community with banners on the windows or outside? Would your advertisement be for food, or would your advertisement be for alcohol sales?
I don't do alcohol advertising at all.
You don't do any at this establishment or the others?
All of them.
You don't advertise for alcohol sales on the outside?
No, sir.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. You hear our concerns,
And I understand the concerns.
it's
yes.
We see what's going on, and it's important, because I know I have issues in my community as well, but when we talk about the percentage of non-alcoholic sales, you are providing something that's needed in this area. Not that
I
somebody
agree.
couldn't walk to another place, but I know Casey's across the street, our Cubbies, and a couple of the other markets probably don't have what you'd be offering. So that's the problem I have, and I do know this area. So I see other lights on. I'm gonna hear a little bit more unless you wanted to add something. Did you want to add something?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
We have a quick question. Is this already built, or are you asking for the license now? How far are you in the development of this? Is the store already built out and open?
Yeah, it's built already.
It's built and open?
Yeah, it's currently run by the current tenant, but he doesn't have any alcohol or.
And so, and I know that if my intent was if the first motion maybe doesn't pass, my intent would be to lay it over. Because what I would like to do is between now and the next meeting, I would like to come see what it looks like now, because I think, are you going to make significant changes, or are you going to keep it looking the way it is today?
No, it's, I already made the changes to it.
Oh, you've already made the changes,
Yeah,
so we could, so
I
I
put in
could
new
go.
coolers, new flooring, new everything is pretty much got it out.
So I can't say I can go today because we're going to be here kind of late today. But tomorrow I could go to the store and see what it looks like and see how everything is laid out and see what you have to offer.
Right, it's almost 70% finished.
So would it be open, or would I need to call? Could I call your attorney and schedule a visit?
No, it's open.
It is
under
open.
now my ownership.
It's not under your ownership, but it is open, so I could go see it.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was wondering, because sometimes it's best just instead of asking the questions, just go see it for yourself. And I think at one point in time, Mr. Palermo did do that and found that it was different than what someone had said. So I firmly believe in going and viewing it,
Yeah, you're welcome to
and
go.
seeing what it looks like, and then making the decision after we have maybe all the facts, or maybe confirm some different things. So that would be my intention. That would be what I would like to do if I get the layover.
Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Mr. Ali, I'm going to say this once again. I have no doubt in my mind you do provide a valuable service to our community as it relates to your stores. That's not the issue here. The issue here is alcohol and what the impact of that alcohol will be to this community, an underserved community, poverty-stricken, crime-ridden, and now we want to put more alcohol in this community. That's the issue here. There's been side discussion about, half of, reducing the amount that you serve. That's not the issue. The issue here is alcohol being served in this community when we already have a problem. There's been some discussion about social clubs with no facts to support the impact of whether or not they drove crime up or down. That's just suspicion. Here we have information from the police department. District 7 is the largest volume of homicide as well as nonviolent crime in the city of Omaha. So we know that statistically that when you are living in poverty, what do you take to? You take to numbness. You take to drinking alcohol. You take to overusing alcohol. We know the facts, how that impacts children. We can dress this up. We can say we're going to, we do things such as selling, making it available for people to buy with food stamps. We can dress this up all day long, but the facts are the facts, which is you're asking for a liquor license today. Nothing else that has been discussed here is related to the fact that you applied for a liquor license. Plain and simple. I can talk about everything else around the world and back, but that's the question before us. Again, you do a wonderful service in our community, and I applaud you for that. But when I make a decision about something, I have to look at all of the pieces. I have to look at the whole community. I ask myself, why didn't you even go in the neighborhood and talk to the neighbors about this liquor license? That's a concern. Did we overlook this because we're a marginalized community? We overlooked the community to ask them how this would impact this area? Or was that just an oversight? We had a gentleman came up, Mr. Wagner, that talked about an incident at TNA Express regarding alcohol. Can you address that?
Yeah, one of my cashiers, there was this thing going on, and he did check the individual ID, but I'm not sure if he didn't see the correct date or not, but he proceeded to sell the alcohol, but he did check their ID, and I'm not sure.
Well, thank you for explaining that. Why this store? I mean, are you selling alcohol at your other stores?
We do sell alcohol, yes.
Okay, so have you looked at what your revenue sales would be if this license was given to you? How much would you make in a profit for this?
I don't really have any figures in my head, but
Most businessmen, they look at what they're going to generate in terms of a profit when they're going to ask to do something else.
Right.
So we haven't even done all of that?
Well, alcohol sales have the least profit, but it's more of than you just need it to operate, pretty much.
So I'm trying to figure out why there is a need for this alcohol to be sold at this location. Can you present me with a business case?
Well, yes, there's a license right across the street, and with having a business without a license, it would not make sense. Nobody would come in that business.
That store's been around for a while now. They've been able to be successful. What motivated you to purchase the building?
I purchased a building 7 years ago.
Okay, and so you've been there for 7 years?
No, I owned the building for 7 years.
You
I have
owned
not
it-
run the store, no.
So you're leasing the building out?
Yes.
Okay, and so now you're going to take on managing the building?
Yeah, well, the current owner, he's getting older and he has no interest in working anymore. The one that runs the store.
So who will take over leadership at the store?
Me.
Okay, and your first move coming into the store is to sell liquor?
Not just sell liquor, just have a fully grocery store.
Well, you already have a grocery store. You have a history. That store is known for its being a grocery store.
Yeah, but if you see the inside of it the way it was not a grocery store. It was.
And you think that offering liquor that increases the ability to sell food?
Well, increase the ability of staying in business.
I'm sorry, when I went, this community, the constituents have overwhelmingly said that they no longer want any additional liquor license added in this community for obvious reasons, because it generates and increases the amount of violence in this community. So I will have to stand by voting no on this. And again, I appreciate and applaud all of your efforts, all of your stores in the community. They do add value. But on this particular matter, I just can't, in good conscience, ignore what constituents are asking, and they're asking that this be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ali, I appreciate you being here, right? A lot of hard
Thank you.
questions. And I appreciate you standing there saying you're going to take over the store and take responsibility. I asked you a question earlier about how you advertise for liquor, and if you advertised on the outside of your building, and you said no. And I asked you, did you advertise on any of the other buildings, and you said no. So there's this thing called Google, and it searches buildings really cool. So I have a picture to show you. I would like to see if this is your building, because it's really going to help determine the way I'm going to vote for this. So let me see if I have it on my phone. Or, Mr. Wiesing, can you show that picture, please? So I believe that's the name of your business that says convenient.
Yes.
And then can you tell me what them signs have on them? For those that can't see the picture.
Yes, that's the beer vendor signs, yes.
Beer vendor sign? Okay. Do you remember what you told me?
I thought you were more of a hard liquor advertisement, but I guess I misunderstood.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. There's a motion to deny in a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Rowe.
Yes.
Bagley.
This is to deny.
To deny, yeah.
I vote
Yes, okay. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-1.
The motion passed, so the liquor license is denied.
Correct.
Just for clarity, yes.
Yep. Item 25, to consider an addition application for TNT Trucks Taps Patio located at 5402 South 108th Street to add an outdoor area.
Public hearing and vote on number 25 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Council. Kevin Wyatt, 1126 Turner Boulevard, Omaha 68105. I am here to answer any questions that you might have about the addition of a space to serve liquor at TNT.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 25 is approved 6-0. Item 26, to consider an addition application for Hotel Indigo Omaha located at 1802 Dodge Street to add the entire first floor, including floors 2 through 6.
Public hearing and vote on number 26 is today. Proponents.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dan Kojal. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing for the Hotel Indigo, and I'm here to answer any questions you have about our expansion of our liquor license.
Thank you. And your address too?
4898 South 143rd Street.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 26? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, if you would come up. Thank you for coming in today.
Thanks for having me.
I really appreciate that. I didn't have an opportunity to meet with you in advance. That's something that I really like to do, kind of get a feel for what's going to happen at this location. Can you kind of sum that up for me, kind of give me a bird's eye view what this is going to look like? Even looking at business projection in terms of profitability and all of those things, if you could share that with us.
So we have a marketplace inside the hotel that provides, guests can come grab a Heineken or a Coors Light, just a standard beer. Anna's Place was 18th on this docket today with an approval for their license. What we're asking is that our guests in our hotel are able to take their beverages to their room. That's really what this comes down to.
Okay, would you be interested in having a conversation on economic plan going forward that you're going to do here in this operation?
I would definitely have a conversation with you.
All right, I would go ahead and move that we accept this, but I do want to follow this up with an economic plan.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Motion to approve in a second. I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 26 is approved 6-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the City Council rules of order.
The public hearing on agenda items 27 through 30 were held on August 2nd. I'll take a motion. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0.
Council members, I'm going to remove item number 42 from the consent agenda for two reasons. I think it's an important one, and we'll have Mr. Helgerson talk about it here in a little bit, but also because it's come to my attention we need to floor amend the amount involved, which is $750,000 versus the $600,000 that was on the agenda. So we'll come back to that one in a minute. But first, we'll have the public hearings on agenda items number 31 through 41 and 43 through 49. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, and who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. Mr. Tyler, I think you're speaking to number 36, right?
Thank you. Jim Tyler, City of Omaha Public Works. We were asked to talk a little bit about, just as a little bit of a presentation on item 36. I brought with me Dave Sikora. He's the operations and maintenance manager at both of our treatment facilities. He's going to talk a little bit more than what I'm going to go over, but this is a project to take the biogas that we produce at our wastewater treatment plants, to clean it up and basically sell it to Black Hills Energy. It will pay itself back, and it will pay itself back in probably 4 to 5 years, and the city will be generating revenue along the lines of $5 to $7 million a year. So it's a really good project for the city, and I'm going to let Dave Sikora talk a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
Hello, Dave Sikora, 15705 Harlan Lewis Road, the plant manager at the Papillion Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant. This is a big step for the city of Omaha, I believe, to be a utility of the future and to capitalize on energy credits and just a step towards net zero. It could be seen as the first step towards that. So with all the climate initiatives that are out there, I feel that this is going in the right direction for one of our wastewater recovery facilities. And hopefully we can expand to the Mo River facility and accomplish the same things moving forward.
Great. Thank you. Any other testifiers on items 31 through 41 and 43 through 49? Seeing none, public hearings are closed. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
And Mr. Tyler, if you could stand up. I really want to recognize that this is a huge expenditure. I mean, what looks like a $20 million expenditure on the city of Omaha's behalf, but this has to be one of the best investments I have seen in a really long time. And that's what I just want to confirm to everybody. We're investing $20 million for a return that this will be paid off within 4 years. And then we're looking at an estimated $7 million in revenue thereafter. So not only are we going to get an incredible return on our investment, because that's what this is. It's not really an expenditure, it's an investment. Right. But it's good for the environment. It's going to reduce our costs to OPPD, Omaha Public Power District. It's going to provide additional energy to Black Hills, so on the other side of the Harrison line into Sarpy County. I mean, to me, this is a win-win, both in terms of the environment, energy savings, and savings to the city taxpayers. And I just really want to commend you both for the incredible amount of work that it took to get here, that you've been working towards, and that we were able to invest this, build this, and start this right away and have it paid off in somewhere between 3 and 5 years. I mean, is what it looks like. So I just want to thank you, and on behalf of the taxpayers, at least in my district, thank you for that kind of investment in our community and that kind of rate of return. So appreciate it.
If I could just add one more small thing. And at our wastewater treatment plants, it's not something we talked about all the time, but we've been generating energy at our wastewater treatment plants for as long as I've been at the city, and I've been here for 20 years. It's just something that we've always done, and we just haven't talked about it. So our bills to OPPD and our bills to our gas providers, MUD and Black Hills down at in Sarpy County, they've always been lower than they could have been because we generate our own. This is just a step to take that to a much higher level, to where we're going to capture all the gas that we're producing. We're going to capture it better. We're going to clean it, and we're going to just make it to a higher level. So we're going to capitalize on it now.
Thank you. And we also do that out at our landfill as well. We capture the methane. I mean, I know it's a different process, but we're capturing the methane and generating energy as well.
Yeah, and that's Douglas County. They own the landfill, and we've actually talked to OPPD as well if there's something we could do to partner with them, kind of as part of their green energy initiative with our treatment plants as well. So we're not only talking to the gas companies, we're talking to the electric companies on this as well.
All right. Well, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. Sure. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Bigley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Not to go overboard, but I also share council members' thoughts that she articulated today. This really is a great thing for taxpayers and for the environment too. So I thank you, Jim. I appreciate your work on this. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no further lights. I will recognize we had the applicant for number 31 by Zoom to Dayron Bell. Just want to give him credit for dialing in here in case there were questions. But seeing no further lights, I'll take a motion on these items. I believe it's 31 to 41 and 43 to 49, right? Okay, and same second? Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 42, a resolution that the city strongly support the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency in the application for grant funding of up to $600,000 from the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program.
Public hearing and vote on number 42 is today. We'll take proponents. Mr. Helgerson.
Yes, so Mike Helgerson, Executive Director of the Metropolitan Area Planning Agency, 2222 Cummings Street. I'm excited to address council here today about the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. This is a new program under the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed and signed into law this past fall. And it's a really unique program that MAPA will be pursuing an application for here next month. And the program is unique in the sense that rather than all of the safety funding flowing through the state of Nebraska and the state of Iowa for our region, it provides a resource for local communities and regions like MAPA's MPO region to access that funding for both planning and projects directly. And so it's a really unique opportunity to put those decisions in the control of local jurisdictions to do the planning that helps support what we call systemic safety investments, which are not really big, large projects, but really looking at opportunities to find where something works and then replicate it around our communities and our region. The resolution before you today is an opportunity for the City of Omaha to join on MAPA's application as a joint applicant in working with USDOT and listening into webinars and other technical assistance. It's an opportunity to both strengthen our application and support the City of Omaha's work on their Vision Zero action plan and make sure that those efforts do open up access to the city for the maximum amount of federal funding that is available to the community. And so with that, as President Festerson noted, that our original documentation we provided for council here today noted that we would be requesting 600,000 funds in talking with peer agencies and reviewing scopes of work and fee proposals for like work from some of our peer agencies. It appears that we need to request more funding just to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. So our application will be for up to $750,000 today, but that rest of the remarks remain the same.
Thank you. And in fact, the MAPA board itself, including myself, voted to approve unanimously the $750,000 application, right?
Yeah, and we're going to be affirming the application next week as well.
That's great, thank you. And Mike, while you're there, can you also just expand a little bit more upon what can these funds be used for if it's successful? And if it's successful, there's quite a bit more funds that might be available, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's $5 billion total for the Safe Streets and Roads for All program during the 5 years of the infrastructure bill. So that's $5 billion divided by 5. So it's $1 billion a year. And it's split up into those two project categories. Our initial application is for what is called a planning grant to create what is called a comprehensive safety action plan. There is a rubric, basically a set of requirements for what that plan needs to have in it. Really kind of a robust technical analysis, identified projects, public engagement, really aligned with the idea of a target of 0 fatalities and 0 serious injuries in a community or a region by a target date. Our resolution will be 0 fatalities by 2040. That is our goal. And it's aligned with the regional safety planning process that MAP has been undertaking for the last several years. The other pot of money, the larger pot of money, is for implementation. And so for communities or regions that have a comprehensive safety action plan, that is a plan that checks all of the boxes laid out by USDOT, that pot of funding is reserved to implement the projects in the plan. So it's really, you're competing amongst all of the organizations that have gone through this same process or have certified that their plan does meet all of those requirements. And so really, you know, unlike many other discretionary grant programs that are at the federal level, it's a much smaller pot. Or it's a large pot of funding with many fewer applicants that will be eligible.
Great. Well, thanks for being proactive about this and being a partner to access these funds. Any other proponents that want to speak today?
Hello, Luke Schroer, 2522 South 33rd Street. I'm in favor of this. Anything we can do to help make our streets safer. I'm really tired of hearing my Channel 7 phone alerts go off, and there was another pedestrian hit yada, yada, yada. It happens way too much. And I rode my bike down here today. I used that bike lane I think I spoke about last time we were here. But absolutely, if we have people that have that punch list that he was talking about and looking at these things, I strongly encourage any movement in that direction. I think the term on here says safe streets for all. All is the key word there. Pedestrians, cyclists, motor vehicles. So I'll keep it short on this one. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other proponents on number 42? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Milton, you're recognized.
Thanks. And could I just ask you just a couple questions? Like, one of the things that pops into my mind, and pedestrian safety, because we have had an uptick in the last year in pedestrian, even deaths that we had. I mean, I think starting in January, February, we had almost one a week there for a little bit. It was a big problem. I know right down in the Blackstone is one of my biggest concerns. But also, there are things that we can do, and that's what I really like about Vision Zero is it's not about whether you like the bike lanes or not bike lanes. This is about all over safety for everyone using the roads. And one of the biggest complaints I get is speeding. It's speeding around schools, speeding. It's a major problem. And I know that just enforcement is not going to do the trick. We've tried that. So enforcement alone, we cannot have a police officer at every single road where there are speeders. And so there are safety issues. And the first thing that comes to mind is like the one-way on Farnham, which you sit there on Farnham Street and you just watch every afternoon during rush hour. There's somebody going the wrong way on the one-way, and accidents are going to happen. So would that be an example of something that when we see a definite safety issue, we would be able then to apply for additional funds to change like one-ways into two-ways and things like that?
Potentially, yeah. And a lot of it comes down to some of what you mentioned there. So just to take your first point first, the program itself is centered not exclusively, but predominantly on vulnerable road user safety. So that's bicyclists and pedestrians, and really looking at local roads. So not our major roadways, but really some of the roads that might be cut-through routes or other neighborhood streets, and focusing safety improvements on those. To your other point, part of it is that this program, by doing a systemic safety analysis, we look for things that we know are proven to have what is called a safety factor. So essentially having a benefit to the community at large, so reducing crash rates, reducing the severity of crash rates. So, strategies like you mentioned on Farnham Street, like the roundabouts that are being considered there, that is a proven countermeasure. And so the traditional safety planning process requires looking at a particular site, evaluating that site, its characteristics, really kind of doing a lot of engineering work, and then coming up with a benefit cost ratio. What this systemic safety improvement process does is says, okay, we know this works here, let's look for all the other opportunities to do that, and really kind of not have to go through that whole safety planning process to find things that are warranted and necessary. To your point about would it be eligible for that particular project? That's not likely, given that I think that project is already funded.
Already funded.
Yes.
I was just kind of trying to come up with some specifics that if somebody asked me, give me an example of what could possibly be funded by that. And I'm just thinking of safety. And I guess one of the things that I would request if you do this and you do a plan is that there would be some focus and some planning on around schools. Because that may be a kind of a different suggestion, and things that you could then maybe tools or things that the individual schools could do themselves to help with the safety, because we hear that a lot, and especially when we'll get I'm against the apartments because we already have traffic issues around the school, and so now we're afraid that the children are going to be in even more danger. So that is something that is in all areas of our city, kind of the safety pedestrian issues around schools. So I'm hoping that there is a specific section in your study that does have to do with the school safety, pedestrian safety, and street safety around the schools. So
yeah, absolutely, and that's something that we've used as part of our regional planning process already, is looking at gaps in sidewalk infrastructure around schools and things like that as well. So that's definitely a focus area that we're going to continue. But
and then trying to get people to act, it's also changing the mindset of the drivers.
Sure.
I mean, that's probably the most difficult thing, is the psychology of the driver, and how do we change that mindset of speeding down
Yeah.
You know, getting them to not speed down roads in the middle of neighborhoods or around schools at 8 a.m., you know, and traffic patterns and where are you going to park so that your kid can get in and out, and you're going to illegally park, which is more dangerous,
right?
You know, but more convenient. So how can we fix the traffic patterns? How can we make those suggestions to schools? And how can we help them maybe kind of redevise how they're doing their drop-off and pickups to make it safer for the kids?
Yeah, and one point of clarification on that note too is that with the city pursuing a Vision Zero action plan of their own, the reason that we're suggesting a joint application is because we can really use your Vision Zero action plan and cite it almost by reference. And so those strategies and projects will largely be determined by the city of Omaha and the consultant that you're retaining for that work. Our regional planning process will supplement that. And so if we find opportunities or strategies that maybe aren't referenced explicitly in your Vision Zero action plan, we'll still identify projects within the city of Omaha, opportunities for that. Again, one, to maximize the amount of projects eligible for federal funding in the region. And so again, I think those strategies are really important. I think, Safe Routes to School is a program that has been funded at the federal level for a long time. MAPA has regional funding to implement those types of projects. So if there's local movement on those issues, we'd be happy to help be a funding partner.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And also reference the city's bike and pedestrian plan, right?
Correct, yeah. And so that's really, again, another part of this opportunity and the timing with the bicycle pedestrian master plan moving forward, the Vision Zero action plan moving forward. Again, all of these things, we want this to work in a way that it's a virtuous cycle, that the planning work that we're doing at the regional level complements these local planning efforts and really make sure that we're all pushing in the same direction. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity for that with the leadership of the city on those efforts. Again, one of those was funded by MAPA's mini grant program, but I think it's a tremendous opportunity to make the best of the federal resources that are available and really make sure that they're addressing the issues of concern.
Thank you. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I appreciate your work on this, and the Omaha Vision Zero, there's been a lot of talk about that since I've been on the council, and this is starting to really kind of move in the forefront with this grant and the work that's going to be done. I really would like to have a meeting with you, so I'll be sure we get that set up. 'Cause
Absolutely.
I would love to hear more about, besides what we've read here today and talked about, but there's some areas in my district and elsewhere that I certainly got some good ideas, and I'm sure you're willing to hear them. So I'll look forward to talking to you, and thanks again for all your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to echo in on my sentiments in regards to what my fellow colleague, Mr. Begley, shared in terms of welcoming a conversation, a much deeper conversation about this. Thank you.
Happy to.
Thank you. There's no further lights. I would accept a floor motion to adjust the grant funding from $600,000 to $750,000.
Or just move to change 600 to 750,000? Mr.
Just an amendment.
Kesey. Okay.
Just an amendment.
Motion to amend 600,000 to 750,000.
I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. As amended.
As amended? Second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 50, an ordinance approving the contract with Clean Harbors Environmental Services, Inc. for household hazardous waste transportation and disposal.
The vote on number 50 is today. Is there a motion? I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Items 51 through 53 can be considered together. Item 51, an ordinance approving a pilot agreement with Automotus Inc. for automated curbside revenue services. Item 52, an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 36 of the Omaha Municipal Code to create smart loading zones and hospitality zones. Item 33, an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 43 of the Omaha Municipal Code, and 34-1, addressing fees applied for use of public streets, alleys, and sidewalks, and the department responsible for issuing said permits.
The vote on items 51, 52, and 53 are today. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 54, an ordinance providing for the designation of an enhanced employment area generally located south of 77th and Dodge Street. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Law Department.
The vote on number 54 is today. There is an amendment of the whole. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the amendment of the whole.
I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 55, an ordinance to approve a second amendment to the 77th and Dodge Redevelopment Agreement. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Law Department.
The vote on number 55 is today. There's an amendment of the whole. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the amendment of the whole.
I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Melton. Motion passed 6-0. Item 56, an ordinance to approve an interlocal agreement to allow the Douglas County Sheriff's Office access to the City of Omaha's traffic light poles to install equipment for automatic license plate detection.
The public hearing on number 56 is today. Proponents, please. Mr. Indenbosch.
Bernard Indenbosch, Deputy City Attorney, and I'm not sure that I'll say I'm a proponent, but it was clear to me earlier this morning there was at least maybe some misunderstanding about this item, and I want to make sure it's clear, so that's why I came up first. Douglas County approached the City of Omaha, the traffic engineer in particular, about their desire to have a automatic license plate detection equipment and to place that equipment on city traffic lights. They indicated they'd identified some locations on the periphery of the city that's on the periphery of their primary jurisdiction. Obviously, they have jurisdiction over the entire city, and they wanted permission to use those cameras. This agreement is as a result of that particular discussion. If you review the agreement, you will note that the Omaha Police Department will not have access to any of the equipment, and frankly, they did not want to have access to the equipment that was going to be generated in this case. The state adopted the automatic license plate Recorder Act in 2018. I know that it was probably very well debated. There are some very specific requirements that are required as part of that act. Those are requirements that Douglas County is obligated to follow, and it's clear in this particular agreement that they're obligated to follow. And I would also make clear, at least my belief in reviewing the agreement, I read it again after reading an email that came in earlier today. If the city is not comfortable that Douglas County is following the requirements of that particular act, the city does have the ability to terminate the contract. The city can also terminate it with 60 days notice at any time without reason. So I want to make it clear, entry into a contract with Flock Group to do the automatic license plate detection is an item that will be before the Douglas County Board because there'll be a contract between Douglas County and Flock to provide that services. This is merely an agreement between the city and Douglas County that allows Douglas County to place, or allows Flock to place the equipment on city traffic poles. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that that's clear.
Thank you. Other proponents? I think we have a presenter from the Douglas County Sheriff's Office.
Hi there, and thank you for your time. Will Niemock, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Captain with the Support Services Bureau. Happy to answer any questions or review an overview if you'd still prefer.
I think it might be helpful to give a short overview like we had this morning.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, as you may or may not know, Douglas County Sheriff's Office is a CLIA accredited organization, having most recently received an advanced level of accreditation and an excellence award in that accreditation process. Flock Safety, Inc. Approached the Sheriff's Office with an opportunity for a trial demonstration of their license plate reader product for a period of 12 months. And that product would be in accordance with the state law, which is the Automatic License Plate Reader Act, and in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office policy in that regard. That policy is born out of the best practices of other CLIA agencies throughout the nation that operate license plate readers. And there are numerous from large agencies such as LA County Sheriff's Office, LAPD, other metro agencies such as Phoenix area, state patrol agencies, Colorado, Kansas, Illinois, Indiana, New York, Tennessee, and numerous smaller agencies from there. Local agencies also in Nebraska have begun to essentially use this emerging technology. agencies such as Bellevue, Lancaster County Sheriff's Office, Lincoln PD, York County Sheriff's Office, Seward County Sheriff's Office, Kearney PD, Alliance PD, Council Bluffs PD, and 6 agencies in the Des Moines metro area. Not all of those agencies may use Flock, but they're using various vendors. Flock is a company that came to the Sheriff's Office to offer this, basically this demonstration or this trial period. And the reason the Sheriff's Office was interested is because of the rise in crime that the Sheriff's Office has witnessed in 2022, dating back into 2021 even, where we've seen a rise in violent crime and we've seen a rise in property crimes. I'm sure you've seen the headlines in terms of recent news of the high rate of auto theft and how that is rampant right now, many times over 100% of normal levels. This system is not designed to monitor traffic. It's not traffic oriented. It's not recording traffic. It is oriented to crime. It is an investigative tool to use to help solve crime. And this particular product through Flock is tied into the NCIC database. That's the National Crime Information Center database, of which all stolen items are entered into, fugitive information is entered into. And by having that immediate connection, what that provides the user, in this case Douglas County Sheriff's Office members, is an alert. If a stolen vehicle were to drive by an LPR camera, that LPR camera is going to automatically send a message to the Douglas County Sheriff's Office members to say, and give a picture of a vehicle that just drove by that particular unit. And so it's a way to have not only an effect on the investigative matter on the back end, it's also a proactive means to use for patrol methods and investigative methods. And of the 25 cameras that the Sheriff's Office has a plan to deploy, 15 of them are deployed right now on county property. It's only because within Douglas County, the jurisdictional area isn't a demarcated north to south, east to west, on one side city, the other side county. There's pockets of county unincorporated areas, primary jurisdictional areas for the Sheriff's Office all throughout northeast, southeast, and west. These cameras are embedded around those areas as best we could, and that preference lends us to our request with you. So I appreciate the time for that request, but we do believe that the cameras will make a positive effect into catching criminals. And the system itself, there are a lot of different license plate reader systems. This system is designed for 2 things and 2 things only. It's designed to capture a picture of a plate in a vehicle. So a vehicle and a license plate. The way that the cameras are oriented, they're not viewing anything other than a traffic lane. So there's no opportunity to catch a glimpse of someone's backyard or any privacy issue. They're all looking at a public roadway. And they're in close proximity to that roadway to obtain the information and the clarity of the picture necessary. Like I said, it being connected to NCIC gives it an opportunity for immediate action. Within the past month, to give you an example, of the cameras that we have up, we've received over 116 NCIC alerts. And what that means is 116 vehicles that passed through those camera locations that had some relationship to an NCIC entry. And what that means is either a stolen plate, as an example, stolen vehicle, a fugitive, a missing person, things of that nature. So that's 116 within a month opportunities to essentially address the crime in our community. And to do so safely, like I say, in accordance with state law, in accordance with CALEA approved methodology and protocols. That doesn't mean those 116 are valid. There could be any number of reasons for any one of those to be verified, but all of them would be verified. And per policy, that doesn't give the patrol deputy or the investigator carte blanche just to stop and assume. That gives them an investigative tool to use in their traffic stop or in connection to an investigation. So one of the main things that the sheriff's office wanted to ensure if we went down this road was the privacy and the data side of things, because that is a concern for all, and it should be. And we were very satisfied, quite frankly, with Flock's system. Their system is audited and in conjunction with state law. So what that allows for that data is the protection of the data. It's protected at the same level as an FBI or CIA level data, in that it is stored in the government cloud. It has encryption end-to-end, and that data is owned solely by Douglas County Sheriff's Office. So there is no way for Flock to sell it to a third party, to afford to leak, unbeknownst to anyone. It is owned and only shared by Douglas County Sheriff's Office. And so it's very tightly reined in by, again, protocol, policy, and state law. On top of that, all of the data is deleted automatically within 30 days. So there is a permanent deletion ongoing all the way through from day one to the day end of the trial period. And like I said, never sold. And so within the sheriff's office policy and protocols, there's extra safeguards. And that safeguard starts with the IT department, their routine monitoring of the data usage and the users of that data. And again, those users are restricted to the sheriff's office only. And every search within the system, so this does not monitor live traffic. It's not a video camera that's out there rolling. It's capturing, it's motion censored. So every request of a DCSO or sheriff's office user, there has to be a legitimate reason. A reason has to be put in, and that reason is tied to like a case number, an investigation, because it's an investigative tool. And so there's the opportunity to protect not only the data from the data protection and privacy side of things, there's the opportunity for the sheriff's office to adhere to best practices to maintain that what is being searched for has a legitimate law enforcement reason, and we know that who's searching for it and when. And that process beyond the IT extends to our criminal investigation division, which then is required not only to monitor, but then provide a report yearly to the Nebraska Crime Commission on the usage and the metrics, essentially, of how we're using this tool. And a big part of that and the reasoning really from the get-go on this with the sheriff's office was the transparency of it. And Flock, in our findings, has facilitated that very well too. So not only will our policy be on our website and able to be viewed by the public, but Flock provides a transparency portal, I believe they call it, but it's basically just a website face to the public that provides an easy link to the sheriff's office policy, but also provides the metrics of our usage. And that way, since this is a trial phase, the county inherits no cost to this period of this year period of trial or demo of the product, and thereby neither obviously the city as well, but that transparency within that year, I think, is going to be an interesting test, because not only are we looking for proactive productive investigative measures, but we're also looking for ways for the community to engage with that so that we can help deter crime in some shape or fashion. Great. And so through that, I'll just touch real quick on what Flock LPRs are and what they are not. It's not facial recognition. This is not in any way, shape, or form related to the personal identifiable information of like race, gender, or anything like that. It captures a vehicle and it captures a plate and it takes a snapshot, and that is it. It's not used for traffic enforcement. It's not used for live monitoring of traffic. It's not focused on the general public. Like I say, this is an investigative tool used by investigators, used by patrol members to make our community safer. And as I mentioned earlier, that data is not retained beyond 30 days. What LPRs happen to be, what they are, is it's focused, as I said, numerous times probably, but it's focused on crime and criminals. It's non-biased in that it's looking for objective means of things that are otherwise illegal. Stolen plates, stolen cars, things on a public roadway. The data is secured storely, as I mentioned, and that data, as I mentioned again, is owned by DCSO. And that the guidelines for our use are strict and restricted to DCSO members.
Okay. We appreciate that overview. I think we have a few lights on. We'll see what questions we may have.
Okay, sure.
All right, thank you. I want to note for council members too that we do have Mr. Solomon Valdez by Zoom from Flock to answer questions if needed too, right? All right, thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today on number 56? Seeing none, any opponents to number 56?
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the council. My name is Spike Eichel. I'm with the ACLU of Nebraska, here in opposition to the proposed interlocal agreement to approve, or opposed to the ordinance to approve the interlocal agreement that's before you. I emailed to the city clerk yesterday a copy of my statement, and I brought physical copies here today. That's what you're being distributed to right now. So I'm not going to restate those. I'm not going to read those. I wanted to make a couple of points here.
And Spike, just your address too, for the record?
Sure. 134 South 13th Street, Suite 505 in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Thanks.
What you're being asked to do with this, approving this ordinance for this interlocal agreement, is you're asked to accommodate and facilitate an agreement between the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and this company called Flock Systems Incorporated, or Flock Group. And what this program is a systematic surveillance of the people of Omaha. And I say systematic because that's exactly what it is. I talked to Captain Niemock yesterday. I heard his presentation this morning at pre-council and what he said here today. I think he generally described what their goals might be with this program, but I don't think he accurately captured or described what ALPRs, or license plate reader systems, are. They are not necessarily geared for law enforcement. They have some utility with law enforcement investigations, but the way that these license plate reader systems work is they are mass automatic surveillance system. They are not red light cameras. They're not live feeds. They are cameras or devices that capture license plate numbers and record up to maybe 100 in a few minutes time. The person from Flock can tell you what they're capable of doing as far as a tech ability. They collect all that information, the GPS location that's recorded at the license plate, the date, time, the location, and it's uploaded into their maintained cloud database. And either by agreement with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office or some police agency, on request, they can retrieve some of this information that might be helpful in a police investigation. The cameras make no distinction into looking for a specific car that might be wanted or a person that might be wanted. They are automatically collecting all information for everyone who passes through that intersection or stoplight or wherever the camera might be mounted from. It is mass collection and systematic data, and it is 99+% of people who are innocent of nothing. What you're asked to do is accommodate a request from Douglas County, and that might be some sort of a simple ask, but the consequence of you doing that is that you are going to be providing this system of surveillance over the people of Omaha. In other words, you're not privy to the actual contract with Flock. As a matter of fact, there doesn't seem to be an actual contract yet between Douglas County and Flock. No offense to Captain Niemock, that may be his understanding or expectation of what the agreement is, that only the Douglas County Sheriff's Office owns everything in that cloud, and Flock does not have it. And after 30 days, it will automatically be deleted. But I have not seen the actual contract. I don't know if you've seen it between Douglas County and Flock. I don't know if your legal department's seen it, but you're being asked to approve this accommodation for 10 extra cameras or 10 extra locations around the city without even seeing that, and that's dangerous to do. What Captain Niemock mentioned, there are a number of jurisdictions in the state and around the country that are developing these things, and that should cause you alarm. What's the end goal here? There might be some value, if you will, between that data that's uploaded to the cloud or maintained by the company, both in the aggregate to determine traffic patterns, to determine If you can match it with the identity of the driver who registered to own the vehicle, you've got even more information. You can get individualized data. I mentioned some of the sort of bad situations that happen in other jurisdictions. If it's available for law enforcement on request, it can be available for private parties in litigation on request. You are going to be creating a database of people's travels plan throughout the city. Couple of requests that we would have was, as we would encourage the city council not to approve this ordinance. Alternatively, we would suggest you just wait and see. It's a trial period. They've already got it set up at 15 locations. Wait and see how it works for them. I think it is conspicuous, and it's not fair to me to speak on behalf of the Omaha Police Department, but I think it is conspicuous that they are not apparently interested in doing this. In any event, I would suggest the city wait and see. Alternatively, if you do somehow agree this, make this agreement, I did make one suggested reference change to the agreement. I can state it just for the record. On page 2 of the agreement, clause 4, after the word determined in the second sentence, insert quote by the city attorney. What the city attorney mentioned before is that they do have the opportunity to end the contract after 60 days, but this will allow the city attorney to end the contract if it seems like either Flock or the Douglas County Sheriff is not complying with the state law with respect to the license plate reader system, and it will allow, as amended, the city attorney themselves to make that decision without having to wait for a court order or some dispute to settle that question. I'll answer any questions if you have. You've got my statement. We encourage the city council to not approve the ordinance.
Thank you. Any other opponents today?
Thank you. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm against it. I'd like you to not vote. I guess you're not voting today. But I don't have a copy of your rules with me. I don't think this is a presentation. This is a public hearing. As I remember, your rules have a time limit on things.
If you would have been listening, Larry, you would know that I requested a presentation from the applicant,
Okay.
but you're free to
I'm
testify
against
now.
it. You didn't interrupt him. You didn't interrupt him.
You're free to testify.
Please.
Go ahead.
I brought my stuff here just in case, but this is improper. It brings up.
There's nothing improper, Larry. You're free to testify.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other opponents today?
Goodbye.
Any other opponents to number 56? Thank you.
Allie French, 4929 North 117th Circle. I'm pretty sure a whole bunch of people wouldn't want a whole bunch more cameras throughout Omaha, so I'm going to oppose that and ask that you guys do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 56?
Luke Schroer, 2522 South 33rd Street. Data obviously is something that gets sold all the time when we're on websites and apps. So my concern is, yes, the police department has some access to this, but with it being a private company, is my license plate going to be sold to, maybe they know I drive past Target every day, or they know my place of employment from my traffic patterns. Data is money, and we are all the product of that. So this skeeves me out a bit, and just on that note, I would encourage you to vote no on this. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing?
You cannot, but somebody may call on you.
Okay.
Are there other opponents that want to speak to number 56? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have several questions. What are the number of cameras that will be in the Douglas County area?
For this trial period, it is a total of 25 cameras. 15 thereabouts are installed and operating right now on county property. This is a request for the last 10 to be installed on light poles, not traffic lights, but light poles that are adjacent to public streets.
And what percentage is located in East Omaha?
The most, like I say, all of the cameras are concentrated towards the sheriff's office primary jurisdiction. I'd say the most eastern placed camera would be in the Irvington area due to our presence there. Yes, that would be the most eastern placed camera in operation. So that would be roughly 96th and Sorensen.
Okay.
Yeah, so right in there.
All right, and then how credible is the data, once it's collected, how credible is it?
For evidentiary value?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what makes it a valuable investigative tool, is that we're able to essentially, if it's used in conjunction with an investigation, then that investigator would essentially take a copy of that information, save it on a disk, put it into property and evidence, and use it as an item within that criminal prosecution. And it'd be articulated in the report as it would be for any other, piece of evidence or information.
So with that being said, this tool has been used, I would imagine, across the country thus far?
Yes, and it's been used by the Sheriff's Office since implementation to success.
So then we would have some number or some stats on the percentage of winnable cases that this tool was used to seal the deal, if you will?
Yes, and that's what I'm interested in through this trial period, is just to see the metrics on that, to see if it's a viable tool or if it's not. But in its short time that it's been operational for us, it's been crucial in 2 investigations, one of which uncovered a auto theft ring operating locally, both of which of those cases obtained firearms, illegal firearms off the street.
Okay, and then we have some questions that were asked for individuals that were not in favor of it, such as this concern about the data being used in other places. So my question is, what controls are in place, if any, to ensure that this information obtained will not be used outside of its purpose?
Very valid concern, and I share that same concern. And that's one of the reasons that the Sheriff's Office entered the agreement with Flock, is the assurance on that issue. And Hector from Flock can speak to it more maybe precisely from the technical aspect. But from our aspect, that data, as I stated before, is deleted on a 30-day rotational basis. Every 30 days, that data is deleted. No matter if day 31 is the most crucial piece of evidence of the biggest case in Sheriff's Office history, it's gone. It cannot be retrieved. The only way that it can be retained beyond 30 days is that if an investigator saves that and puts it in property and evidence as a copy.
I appreciate that, but I'm still looking for the answer regarding controls being put in place to ensure that the data will not be used in other places.
On first point I'd make is that data being deleted every 30 days is done automatically. There's not a person that needs to click a button for it to happen. Secondly, in conjunction with state law, the Sheriff's Office policy reins in essentially all of those answers to the questions or concerns in that area code of things, in that respect of who has access to use a system, how they have to use a system, when they use it, how it's properly or not properly used, and then how it's retained, if it's retained for evidence purposes beyond 30 days. So that is all designed through state law and tied directly into direct wording by Sheriff's Office policy.
So would we look at this information as being sensitive and only individuals with certain security clearance would have access to this information?
That is correct. The Sheriff's Office would not share this information. There is no sharing of this information with anyone other than who the Sheriff's Office chooses, and the only way that we would choose to share the information is if we were requested through legitimate means from another law enforcement agency in relation to a criminal investigation that we deemed the information was viable.
So then there would be a log that would refer to who requested what, is that correct?
Repeat the question.
There would be a log, a general log,
yes,
a journal?
very
of
much
some
so.
sort?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
And then you mentioned that there would be an annual report provided to the Douglas County Commissioner's Office, is that correct?
Actually, the Nebraska Crime Commission, yes.
Nebraska Crime Commission.
So that will detail much of those same things of the metrics of how many plates were captured versus how many searches were conducted by the Sheriff's Office, what the nature of those searches, all that audit log of which you speak would be in that yearly report. That's mandated by law.
And would you be willing, or would your department be willing to share that report with city council since we're voting on this?
Yes, and I think the transparency portal provided through Flock, in this case, would be an easy way for that, not only in a yearly status, but really as an ongoing status. You would be able to see some of those metrics, and then at the end of that year, that report would be published and made public, yes.
So it would be public as well as?
My intention would be that it would be first available on the Sheriff's Office website for the permanency of it, and then presented to both your body and the county board.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Solomon Valdez, I want to take you off mute in case you want to address that line of questioning from the company's perspective too. Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Hector Soliman, Senior Community Engagement Manager with Flock Safety. I did want to just go ahead and address there were some comments on.
Can you provide your address there, please, just for the record.
Sorry about that. My address is 1170 Howell Mill Road, Northwest Unit 210, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318.
Thank you.
So as far as Flock is concerned, the data is owned by the Douglas County Sheriff's Department. We do not sell that data. It is deleted at 30 days. I do want to reiterate that point as well. But the sole owner of any footage is the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
I'm not sure there's anybody in the room I can address this question to. Maybe our Assistant City Attorney, Bernard, but I'd like to know why the Omaha Police Department was a hard no on taking part in this.
Maccusey Law Department. Without speaking for Chief Schmaderer, I've had a conversation with him. I believe Mr. Endenbosch has too. It's just not something that the Omaha Police Department is interested or considering at this time for any type of use.
And I think Bernard Endenbosch, Deputy City Attorney, I think that's fair. I don't know that I would say it's a hard no. They just didn't have any interest in it. There's a bunch of things that you have to put in place if you're going to have a system that you're going to utilize the data, a policy and a process, and we have done nothing to start or implement that process. I don't think it's an investigative tool that the chief was at this point ready to commit to. That doesn't mean at some point in the future it may not be something of interest, but it isn't something that they were interested in doing today. And that was the conversation that I had. I actually took it to the police department because I wanted to make sure that they didn't have any objection to it, and that's when they kind of indicated to me that they were not ready to move forward, and we clearly don't have policies and some of the protocols that have to be in place under the state statute to have such a system that Captain Nemec described to you.
Okay. And then I understand the cost is zero. And I'm curious what the cost will be after the year period. If you decide to go forward with it, what kind of investment is it going to take? And what's the city's responsibility going to be if you go forward with that? Or are we on the hook?
All valid questions, and I'll start with the latter and move backwards. So much to the degree of the agreement as I understand it between city law and county law is that the city is not fiscally liable or from a litigation standpoint in any way, shape, or form present for litigation relating to this. And so the answer there would be zero. The cost to the sheriff's office, if we so chose to move forward with this beyond the 12-month trial period, Hector can speak to the cost per unit perhaps better and more accurately than I can. However, what our plan is to monitor this trial period in a phased way. So 3 months, 6 months. We would like to know by that 6-month marker, is this something that we see a benefit from, that the community sees a benefit from? Like I say, the transparency and that trust issue is big for us, and so we need to see results, quite frankly. And we also need to know that the locations that we've picked out actually are relative to the crime that's being reported. We have a very robust crime mapping system. We know where everything that is being reported is happening. We share that information with Omaha. We know what's happening on Omaha's side. That part of it is, like I say, part of that trial basis that we hope to see answers in that 3, 6, kind of 9 month. And then in that 6 to 9 month range, if it does seem like we are getting returns on this, that's when we would try to determine. 25 was a static number that the flock company provided us. We would try to determine by that 6 month marker how many of these units would we actually need. Is it 25 or is it 12? Is it 6 or is it 3? You know, and so it's very much a trial period, and that will be you know, part and parcel on us to ensure that we're you know, looking at it from the proper lens. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of. I heard you say a lot of knots, and I'm wondering what is the next step? Is it simply a software upgrade to make those knots yeses? I mean, that may be a question for the gentleman from Flock. I'm sure there's a lot of mistrust in the public as to what this is going to lead to, and I'm curious, you know, what are the next steps? How does it work, and how are we assured that that's not going to be the case?
That, just so I understand you correctly, that what is not going to be the case?
Well, if there's a next step, I mean, if you decided you wanted to use it for traffic enforcement, is it just a software upgrade?
No.
And then that camera is
I
all of a
understand.
sudden a different product?
The product is the product, to my understanding. It provides just the vehicle and the plate, and it's not designed for traffic enforcement. It's not being used for traffic enforcement, and that is locked into our policy and quite frankly relegated by state law as well. So our usage of it is very tightly reined and echoed within our policy because of it.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. And yeah, I understand Councilman Rowe's concern.
For sure.
That it is governed by state law at this point, but these are kind of like those baby steps, and like what Councilwoman Johnson, I mean, her question was, you know, what happens to that data? And the response that she received would it is deleted in 30 days. But I think, what guarantees do we have that during those 30 days? I mean, I know that Flock says it's not being sold, that it's I guess it's in your possession. Well, you know what? Maybe we currently have a good sheriff and we like our sheriff, and there's going to be a new election and another sheriff comes in, and maybe that sheriff isn't going to respect the rights of the people. I mean, I'm always thinking of the future, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I actually completely trust Don Klein that he wouldn't misuse this information. If it's owned by the county and we have a county attorney, I believe he wouldn't do that. But what happens if Don Klein's not in office anymore and we have somebody that wants to get revenge on a political opponent, so to speak, and they could use this data in order to do it? I'm a huge proponent of law enforcement. I want to provide law enforcement with all the tools that you need, all the training that you need. This may be going just a little too far for me when it comes to also individual liberties and our rights. And when we start talking about that government overreach and cameras, and I understand you're saying, hey, it's 25 around town, and we've had an uptick in car thefts, 120%. That's alarming. But I have to say, this doesn't happen very often, Spike. When the ACLU and myself agree on something, I don't know. I don't know whether either of us wants to own that or not, but but you know what? It is a concern, and public safety is literally my number one concern. But I also have to think about people's constitutional rights and liberties, and when we just start ticking away at them, and that's what this does. So I struggle with, I don't want to remove a tool or something that could help law enforcement. But again, there's that delicate balance of our constitutional liberties and what kind of society we want to live in. And sometimes there's a price to pay for living in a free society. And it's, we may not be able to just put cameras up everywhere and catch all the bad guys every minute, because maybe we're not willing to give up that kind of freedom and that with the camera. So I have to tell you, it's one where I understand, and if it actually worked the way Flock is providing it, but I have to say right now, I don't think that individual citizens on either side really are trusting that right now. And now I can tell you this much, just this right here, I'm being tracked. Everything I do is being tracked.
It's very true.
This thing knows when I'm passing Target, when I'm going, what I'm going to do, you know, but I've chosen to carry it. I know that Google, which is really Big Brother, is watching me and tracking me and everything else. I'm sure I'm going to get some kind of advertisement here in about 15 minutes in regards to something that I've said. But you know what? This isn't a choice. We're putting cameras up where I don't have a choice. I could leave this at home if I wanted to. If I didn't want to be tracked, I would have power and control over that. In this case, I think we may be going just a step too far. I mean, that's where I'm kind of at on this particular thing.
If I could respond.
Yeah.
The most apples to apples argument or representation of that I provide is because I share your concerns. No one wants to live in a society where you're watched constantly, or that you're presumed, you know, anything other than just being, you know, rightful. The most and best comparison I can provide is law enforcement officers in the state of Nebraska are afforded access to what's called Insidious. And for those not aware of Insidious, it's a database that basically houses DMV, vehicle registration, arrest records. It's a very, very effective investigative tool that saves a lot of time. Has a lot of post-production value.
I'm a former prosecutor, so well
And
aware of it.
You're very familiar with it.
Yes.
The opportunity for that bad sheriff, for that bad prosecutor exists today within that same but wider scoped database in Insidious.
No, but Insidious is tracking. I mean, you're getting information on maybe what the vehicle is, the license plate, things that are already been registered, things that, whether I have control or not, if I committed a crime, it's going to have my criminal history. It's going to have
also civil.
It's going to have all that information. I understand that.
It could
It's
be
not going to
misused.
have where I drove last night.
Right.
Okay.
but-
I mean, do you see the difference?
No, I do,
mean,
and I recognize that. I'm just trying to provide
That's all information about a person that I know when I go register my car at the DMV, my name and my address is going to be tied to my license plate. And so if I let
But-
my kid go drive my car, you know, I mean, that's on me.
To finish my analogy, though, is the misuse of that data has consequences, civil and criminal both. The misuse of this data in ways that you speak of have the same criminal penalties, and that's why it's policed so heavily within both law and policy. The bad what ifs can happen. It's you know, but that's why there's law. That's why there's safeguards. That's why there's guardrails. Just like that Insidious component, our analogy is a law enforcement officer at any level could misuse that and maybe not get the same level of information. I understand and agree with you there. But on a public roadway, when used properly for an investigative method, this is an effective tool. If it's not used properly, you have to, and that's the preparation on the sheriff's office side. That's vital to police our own within that
No,
usage.
and I understand that, but you can say misuse of information, but it's still misuse of actually public information. I mean, when you register your vehicle, it's still all public information. It's not something that's private. I guess I would consider where I drive tomorrow morning
public roadway.
on a public road.
Yes.
I mean, where I'm going and my location at any given moment. I
No, I
don't
understand.
necessarily, just because I use a public road doesn't necessarily make that public information. Where my car's registered, where I live, and my criminal history
No, I agree.
is completely different
Yeah,
than
I see your point.
my freedom to go where I want to
But
go.
that's why the searches have to have that criminal predicate, that reason for the search. If an officer was searching for something out of the blue, that's going to get flagged.
And I understand that, but let me ask you one more question, which I think is really important, because this information exists. Then are there private subpoenas? So, I mean, if I have a client that thinks who has a protection order, and by the way, might be useful for me, that says I think my boyfriend, who I have the protection order against, just drove by my house. Am I going to be able to then subpoena that information under that protection order case in order to gather whether or not, I mean, if there is a camera in the area that was able to pick them up going past center near their house or whatever the case may be, if we have open cases, are we going to be able to subpoena this information?
I'm not an attorney that works for county law. I would refer to them for the official legal opinion on that. But my understanding of that is that information is only shared if DCSO or Douglas County Sheriff's Office deems it so to be shared. But I would refer to county legal to.
But if I got a court order, a subpoena with an order saying if you have the information, you need to provide it. I mean, so Mr. Kuzi, if I had an open case, I'm not saying a not open case, those are different cases. If I have an open case in court and I issue a subpoena to the sheriff's office for this information, they can refuse to give it to me under subpoena?
Matt Kuzi, Law Department. It depends on what you mean by open case. I'll take your protection order example.
Hasn't gone to trial yet. We've got it. There's maybe a temporary ex parte. I want to subpoena the information for purposes of using it at trial.
Within the statutes, there are exceptions and denials of access to this information depending on the case. So you mentioned protection orders. Nebraska statute 60-3209 specifically says that you cannot get it for a protection order case. That's not a subpoena, not nothing, it's excluded from that. With regard to civil and criminal cases, there's also a difference within the same area of the statute. In criminal cases, assuming that the data was retained and compiled and gathered in a lawful manner, it can be used in a criminal case.
Wouldn't a protection order be considered a criminal case?
A violation of a protection order, yes. But in terms of a protection order hearing,
Or
no.
for purposes of giving evidence proving harassment?
No, it wouldn't be allowed in there based on what the statute says. So criminal case, yes. In a civil case, there's quite a number of hoops to go through in order to get it. So I guess in
a divorce case or a kind of family law case where maybe the child is not supposed to be at somebody's house, we're not talking about protection orders, could I subpoena that information?
theoretically, yes, but I think one thing to take in consideration is the sheriff's office policy, which is different than the statute. The statute requires the data to be retained for up to 180 days, or gives you that top limit. You can retain data for that long. The sheriff's office has chosen to do 30 days. In your scenario that you've mentioned in a domestic case, it is highly unlikely that that data would be available for you even to get if you were able to jump through the hoops to get it.
So if I was able to issue the subpoena within the 30 days, then yes. If it's not within the 30 days, it's just going to be deleted pursuant to policy.
Correct. I mean, there's some other steps you'd have to go through in a civil case in order to get it. But if you were able to be lucky enough to time it just right, that could be a possibility, yes.
Well, I mean, you can get it within 10 days. With a 10-day waiver, you can send it out and ask for it within 5. So I'm just saying it's definitely doable within 30. And I mean, again, we don't know. I'm telling you that I'm not sure that I'm supporting it, yet I'm giving examples of how it could probably benefit my clients in my own practice outside of this, because there would be information available. And what I'm saying is, how far are we willing to go in order to give up kind of those rights and freedoms in order to get what we have here, and what other doors does this open? So I guess that's just kind of the point that I'm making now.
And I would agree with you. I think the worst thing for a program like this would be misuse within, or some type of missteps used within a trial period to essentially taint what would otherwise be potentially a productive tool. So it is incumbent upon the Sheriff's Office to really hone this down to our P's and Q's in order and do well. And hopefully grow, like I say, that 3, 6, 9 month period of time is grow within that trial phase as well.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for noting that what happens to that data in the 30-day, I mean, it can go on and on and on, kind of, even though it's 30 days. So I appreciate that. I have nothing further.
Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Eichhold, we got, I think you sent this letter of opposition today. You don't have to get up, but as the discussion was going on, I was kind of going through the points you made, and is it Hector? I'm sorry, is that, I didn't catch your name earlier. I want to just drill down on a couple of the questions that were posed by Mr. Eichhold and the ACLU. Can this information be made public either deliberately or inadvertently? And I'll second question that, how many clients do you have?
How many clients do we have?
Yeah.
We're in over 2,500 communities in the United States.
Okay, has your data ever been breached?
No, it has not.
Okay.
Our data is stored in AWS Cloud 256 encryption. It's the same cloud, government cloud used by the FBI and CIA.
Okay, and I know I apologize, as I was reading and trying to listen, I'm not as smart as Councilmember Melton that can do 10 things at once over there. But I know you did mention that, and that's just some of the concerns I got is, can this be sold? And there's a lot of questions we'll get answered, but that you see these things every day on the news where something gets breached and then what happens? I mean, there's an apology or there's letters sent out, or I don't know what the legal remedy is, but those are the things that as I listen to this good debate and discussion today, that really kind of get my antenna up to see, what's a backlash on this or the downside for a lot of the things that Councilmember Melt did a great job of laying out. It makes a lot of thought to be put into this, and I know it's just it's a public hearing today, but and again, I wish I would have got this ACLU letter earlier and had more time to ask questions, but I know we'll have time in the future to do that, so thanks.
Yes, and if I may, to that point and to the example provided earlier, there's no PII associated with the footage that's provided. So this is a lead for an investigation. It is a image of the back of a vehicle. Police would still have to do investigative work to assess who the actual driver was, for example, in the scenario that was presented. But again, there's no association with a person. It is only a vehicle that is displayed.
Thank you. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Sorry. This is why we have public hearings, so we can have conversations about both sides, because we do have a lot of questions when it comes to agenda items just like this one. And I know we slowly tiptoed around a question I have, and I'll ask that, but I want to remind people below us, or at least below us in this building, there's a room, and it is full of cameras. Now, I don't know the data, and I don't know what we do with that, but I've seen it. And maybe Mr. Downing says I'm not supposed to say that, but it's not top secret. So when we talk about cameras and we talk about being watched, go check any major intersection there is, and there's cameras there. Go down any residential street in Omaha right now, and there's Ring doorbells everywhere. Again, different process, different scenario for different data. But if you're worried about cameras, the only way you're not going to see one is stay home. And then don't look out your window to your neighbor's house. So I just wanted to say that. But ultimately, regardless of what side of this you're on, I always like to hear from law, because ultimately they're going to tell us what the statute says. And I'm sure Mr. Kuzi's well aware of this conversation, knowing what we're going to have. What does the statute say when it comes to cameras here in the city of Omaha?
Matt Kuzi Law Department. as Mr. Eichholt told everybody, there was a law that was passed, I believe he said 2018, 2019, and automatic, it's section 60-3203, automatic license plate readers systems by a governmental entity is prohibited, except, and they list a number of exceptions where an automatic license plate reader system is permissible. There's, looks like probably about 10, maybe a dozen permissible reasons to use these for, and what the sheriff's office has been indicating that their intention is falls within several of those exceptions.
And that's state statute, correct?
That's in state statute, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe.
I saw Ally come to the front, but it's like the back back up. You wanted to say a word?
Allie French, 4929 North 117th Circle. So just so we know, anything connected to the internet can be hacked. We've had such things happen. There is the potential that even this information could be. And I don't know that it's likely. I'm not sure what somebody would have a use for it for. But the fact of the matter is the potential is there. We saw it happen with our elections. Why wouldn't it happen with, you know, license plates and whatnot as well? The final thing I'll point out then, and I'll be done, is that, you know, my neighbors can do whatever they want on their own homes. They want to have a camera on their own home. They can absolutely do so. That's entirely different than the government having cameras that they can use for at their discretion on private citizens. So that would be the distinction out there. Same with private business owners. They can put a camera up on their business if they want to. Again, not the same thing as the government. So thank you.
Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This question is for Hector. What government agencies are your customers?
They range from sheriff's departments to local police departments in almost all 50 states at this point.
So you just have the police or some level of safety as your customer as it relates to government, or do you have other government agencies that is your customer?
Law enforcement agencies only.
Okay.
We did start off by selling to the private sector a different product. So if you, as I know earlier mentioned, Google Flock, you'll see that our founding story basically is because legacy providers were tens of thousands of dollars per year. Our CEO built an infrastructure-free solution that was available to his community. So HOAs are able to buy these same cameras. They do not have access to hot list alerts. Those come obviously are provided to law enforcement agencies only, but they're also able to purchase that for their own communities as well as certain businesses.
So I'm curious as to why the FBI and other government agencies would not utilize your product.
There's not a reason for them not to use it. They have not signed on as a customer with Flock, but something that I do want to mention is that we follow all state statutes and the data is owned by the local department, right? So no matter what agency nationwide has access to Flock, that does not necessarily mean that they have access to your footage. So the Douglas County Sheriff's Department would be the only agency that can provide access or share their data.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bagley.
One last question that I wanted to, just so I clearly understand, Hector, do you guys retain the data?
So the data is stored in AWS Cloud. We save the data for that 30 days. It is deleted on a rolling basis. The only folks that will have access to it are members of your local law enforcement agency that go through the training and follow, whatever policies are set by the department for access.
So after 30 days, you guys will not have the data that's stored. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
The data is hard deleted. It is no longer available.
Okay, thanks, Mr. President.
Mr. Palermo.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been in this spot before where I've regretted it, but I'm going to try it again. Mr. Storr, come on up to the microphone, redeem yourself. I'm going to give you 30 seconds after your name and address. 30 seconds.
No.
Stay on topic.
Treating me differently then. Anyway, I'm against it. You should not have a vote today. I guess
You
you're
need
not
your name
anyway.
and address, and then we're going to start the timer.
However,
Okay, go.
this is just a hearing. But the way you work things, you'll come back next week with the hearing and vote. Then the citizen can say something. But the following week, you'll come back with an amendment to it and change it anyway. And the citizen can't say anything about it then, as they can't say anything about it now. Like I say, I don't have a copy of your rules here, but your rules, I think, say that this is not a presentation, this is a hearing.
Okay, thank you.
But you give them whatever time they want, But a citizen that spends all day down here gets 40 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
No further lights. Next item.
Item 57, an ordinance to amend the Women's Center for Advancement Agreement
No further
for an
lights.
for an amended
Did you have something
amount.
else on that? There were no further lights.
Order. Sorry, I thought we were going to take a break between these two. I wanted to do a motion to reconsider numbers 51 through 53. Those were done. I thought we were on 50, but we grouped everything together. So unfortunately, I was reading something else. So Councilman Begley gave me a compliment earlier about being smart, and I just want to let you know, well, not so smart on this one. I completely overlooked it. Councilman Begley, I literally thought we were still on 50, but all of them got grouped together. And when we voted, I wasn't aware that we went through 51 all the way to 53, and we voted on them as a group. I'm asking to reconsider 51 through 53. And in support of that, actually, after discussing what we just discussed on this last agenda item, my biggest concern is on this automotus, which basically we just authorized cameras and surveillance of certain alleyways and sidewalks.
So, Ms. Melton, I'm open
So-
to hear what you're trying to do, but before you start talking about it, we have to vote to reconsider it.
Yes,
right?
so I'm just giving my reason why I'm doing the motion to reconsider. That I think that there are significant issues that we can discuss and we should discuss. And I think there were other members of this council that it kind of slipped through too, because we weren't necessarily paying attention that we grouped more than one issue together. So that's why I'm doing the motion to reconsider numbers 51 through 53. If you need me to discuss what they are, it's on the automotus contract, along with then changes to ordinances in support of that contract.
For the purposes of voting against number 51 is your
Correct.
thought, but not 52 and 53.
51, 52, and 53, all three. I'm asking to reconsider all three of them.
Okay, gotcha. And we'll take them all separately, right?
We can, we just voted for all of them as a group, even ones that didn't have anything to do with those three, but.
Okay.
So I
Is that-
think we can't we, they were voted on as a group. So
Okay,
I
all right.
do motion to reconsider numbers 51, 52, and 53.
Okay, is that a proper motion, Ms. Clerk? Okay, I'll second. Roll call.
You'll have to waive City Council Rule 10A to take that up at this meeting, which would require a supermajority vote. So we'd need a motion and a second on that.
Motion to waive Rule 10A.
Second.
Okay.
Roll call.
Rowe, Bagley, Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-0. Johnson abstains. Now you can take the vote on items 51 through 53.
Well, and I'm going to do a motion to deny 51 through 53 at this time. It can be brought, we can deny it now. It can be brought back at a later time. But what I want to say is on these motions first, I don't completely understand what Automotus is going to do. It appears to me that they are going to be monitoring our alleys. They're going to get paid 30% of whatever money we collect. It appears to me that we're going to create zones, charge people to use the zones, potentially charge people for violating them. I'm not really sure because I've never been briefed on this. I've never been contacted by anyone from Park Omaha on this. I don't completely understand what this provider is going to do. I have significant concerns in regards to, maybe the ACLU would want to check this out, because there's some concerns in regards to this, similar concerns that I have in what we had just discussed in regards to flock. I don't have enough information on this, and it's never been provided. I think that maybe the Public Works Committee got briefed on it last week, is my understanding, but it was right before our council meeting. And I noticed today at 10:30, there's nobody at pre-council to even discuss it. No one was there to discuss it. In fact, is anyone from Park Omaha here now? And I don't believe there was anyone here when we voted on it previously. I think this is something that they tried to pass under our noses. I'm not sure what the actual implication of this is, but I do know there's significant money involved that we're going to be charging, most likely, probably no one in my district. I think for the most part, it's going to affect Ms. Johnson's district and Mr. Begley's district and their businesses and the people in there, but I'm not so sure that it's going to be in a positive way. I think that there may be some benefit in creating zones for public safety for purposes of Uber and Lyft, but this is doing a lot more than that. So I guess what I would like to do is deny it at this time until we can actually have briefings. Maybe we can have suggestions on how we can have some of the different zones for purposes of public safety, but I want to know a lot more about this private company that apparently is going to get 30% of the profits and proceeds that Park Omaha is going to be collecting in regards to this. So that's my biggest concern. Again, like Councilwoman Johnson always says, communication, contact me, give us the information. And to me, I don't think we have that information. I certainly have never been contacted or had any meeting outside of this. So that's why I'm doing a motion to deny it at this time. And again, we can deny this, and it can come back later after we've gotten the briefings, and maybe after we've had a chance to amend it or look at different ways to do it. But the lack of communication in regards to this is just, in my opinion, astonishing.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I would have to say, wow, we're actually making positive growth and change here. Someone is actually listening to me regarding lack of communication. Wow. Ooh. Epiphany. So in this instance, we have one individual that didn't get briefed. And then my legacy, I've had numerous situations where I have not been briefed. Wow. But we're willing to hold this conversation for a moment today. But yet, I scream this all the time, as you pointed out, and no one listens. So why should I listen now? That's the question. Consistency, communication, all words beginning with a C. All things that normal people do in any business case. Thank you.
Thank you. And so a point of clarification right here too. We voted to consider there's a motion and a second to reconsider. We waived the rules. Now we actually have to vote to reconsider before we can have an emotion to take action on it.
Yeah, and so we have the motion and the second to reconsider. We just need to do the vote, which is a majority vote.
Okay, motion, so now I'll make the motion to reconsider.
We already have it. We just have to do the roll call vote right now. Yes.
Roll call.
Okay, Rowe. Bagley. Johnson.
No.
Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-1.
So
Okay.
now that we can do the motion to the 51.
There's a motion to deny. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. President. I want to say something before we move any further. So sometimes we talk about so much stuff, we have to recap and gather what we talked about the week previous. And so thanks again to my chief of staff for making sure I was on the right week. So this is what I brought up last week, where I said, I don't know that I got an update on this other than Public Works Committee, which we had just before our pre-council meeting, in which then in return, I said exactly, you're asking us to vote on this, to move forward and talk about this at 2 o'clock. And in all fairness to Ken Smith, I believe he was there, and I said, please send me the dates of when we spoke about this. Hopefully I'm on the right agenda item. I think I am, because it's about loading zones, and it might be not just 51, it may be one of the others. And he did send me, and I want to lay this out there for Public Works, that on May 6th, there were some documents sent. In all fairness, it could be documents about, small things. Maybe it was going to be talked about in the next meeting. And then on May 10th, there was a Public Works Committee meeting, which I'm one of 3 in Public Works, and I don't remember us diving into this that much, and that's why I was so upset about not knowing enough about this before getting to this point. And then the other part of the email, which I received from him just today at 10 o'clock, was about first reading, second reading, and third reading, and that's where we're at today on the third reading. So even though we were given this information, we talked about it in the committee, I still had questions. And I didn't forget. Councilmember Melton asked me to talk about laying this over when we got to 51, and I looked at her, and we were already 51 to 53, which is confusing. I'll give you that. And I'm smart enough to know you need the votes to not approve something, and we didn't have it. But with that being said, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with everything being aggressive and not getting through certain agenda items that affect the community that we need to talk about. And so I know you made a motion, but I'm worried about the way it may go.
If you would like to make a motion to lay over, I will withdraw my motion to allow you to make a motion to lay this over. And I think this might be something that's important enough that I know Mr. Harding is listening. But it might be important enough too to give him the ability to vote on this. So if I will withdraw my motion to deny.
Okay. And I will stop there and make a motion to lay this over for, I'm not going to lay it over until our next Public Works meeting. I'm sure we'll have all the questions we need answered before then. Maybe 1 week, 2 weeks.
When's the next Public Works meeting?
September.
Yeah, it'll be in 3 weeks.
You wanted September 13th?
Yeah, there's nothing aggressive about this for me.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, agenda items in general, there's nothing aggressive for me anymore.
I think more cameras may be installed with this than what the sheriffs are asking for.
Yeah, possibly. So I hate to not give a date, but I don't know when our next Public Works Committee meeting is. 13th? So I'll make a motion to lay this over till September 13th.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. I will also support that. I don't disagree with anything that was just said. The briefings on this are very slow, as have been true with many items recently. Personally, I didn't think taking 51 and 52 and 53 was confusing. It's all the same item, but I'm also supportive of the layover because council members need to be comfortable with things that come on our agenda, and obviously we're not. So with that, there's no further lights. Roll call.
This is the motion. I'll second the motion to lay over. I'm not sure if we did.
It already was.
Oh, Danny did. Okay.
Motion to lay over.
He's got his light on.
I had a light on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so a couple things. As Chair of the Public Works Committee, I appreciate Councilmember Melton. If the information wasn't articulated to you, to your liking, I know this is a big thing, and you mentioned in my district and Councilmember Johnson's district. I was approached about this, I can't remember, it was months ago, and the issue was picking people up in these loading zones for public safety issues, so you're not getting out in the street when you get picked up by an Uber. So the Uber drivers that approach me talk to folks with the city. So if, as Councilman Palermo said, you know, this isn't urgently, we got to do it right now. Let's get it right, and I'm comfortable with that. That's why I supported the motion to lay it over, because, you know, with the budget going on and the things, you know, the ACLU sent this letter, I think today, the email, I didn't see it until they passed it out. So I do want you to be comfortable with this, and, you know, whatever decision make, it is a public safety thing to me, and if there's other things we need to address with it, then that's why I'm comfortable laying it over. And maybe the one good lesson, as Councilmember Johnson said, you know, the communication, it can always be better, and that's including myself as chair of the Public Works Committee. And I did mean when I said that you're exceptionally smart and can do 10 things at once, so maybe it's 9 instead of 10. So that's why I'm glad to support this and look forward to more discussion, and getting that from Ken Smith and others here in the next month. Thanks.
There's a motion, a second to lay over. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 57, an ordinance to amend the Women's Center for Advancement Agreement for an amended amount of $306,224.
Public hearing on number 57 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 58, an ordinance to amend the HDI Labs agreement for an amended amount of $158,967.
Public hearing on number 58 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Items 59 through 64 are public hearings of the 2022 Charter Convention ordinances. Item 59, an ordinance proposing an amendment to Section 2.06 of the Home Rule Charter to provide that a council member who is vacating a city council position cannot vote for the council member's replacement.
Thank you. So as Madam Clerk noted there, the next 6 items on our agenda are related to the recent Charter Convention convened by the mayor and that produced 24 recommendations to the City Council. I've asked the City Law Department, I think in particular, it was going to be Mr. Indenbosch, but now it's Mr. Kuzi, to give a short summary about what each one does, as it has its own public hearing for proponents and opponents. And I would note and thank the City Charter Convention members who produced a number of good recommendations to the City Council. I also want to thank my Legislative Affairs Committee for going through those recommendations and prioritizing the first 10 recommendations, which is what we have here today for public input, realizing and making it clear that the additional items are also on for consideration on subsequent ballots, May of 2024 and November of 2024. It's just part of our thinking, and we made it clear at the time, was that you couldn't have 24 items all on the one agenda, all on one ballot. It'd be a really long ballot and a really expensive ballot, probably doubling or tripling our election costs this November. So I wanted to make that clear as well. And also note there were 2 other items that aren't for consideration today, but we're going to do anyway and already, because they don't have to go to the Charter Convention or to the ballot to be implemented. And that is to establish public hearings on any council member's amendment to the budget as we consider the budget here shortly in coming weeks, and also to establish a city indebtedness annual report and chart that's readily accessible to citizens. That's easily accomplished administratively as well. So with that introduction, we'll start with number 59. The public hearing is today. Mr. Kuzi.
Good afternoon. Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department, here with Ryan Wiesen, Assistant City Attorney. Mr. Indenbosch apologizes, but he had to leave to attend a meeting that he had already committed to, so it's the JV squad giving the presentation. Charter Convention met starting in May and finished in early of June. There were 15 members, down from the previous 25. If anyone attended the meetings, which I did, the clerk's office did, Mr. Dowding did, as well as other members of city administration, felt that the 15-member worked quite well. They met in this room, in this chamber, and conducted public hearings in this location. They set up email. There was time for the public to provide suggestions as well. They reviewed a number of suggestions, not only from the public, but from the mayor, city council, and several of the departments. There were committees that were divided up to topic area. The committees reviewed amendments that were proposed by all the people that I just mentioned, asked questions, and came up with recommendations. Ultimately, they recommended, I believe Mr. Festerson said, I think it was approximately changes to 24 sections of the charter. Mr. Festerson indicated that was quite a large amount to place on the ballot, and I think the agreement or the thought process going forward is that amendments not considered at this time can be considered in the general election in 2024 and the primary election in 2024 as well. The committee looked at them, made changes to, I believe, only 2 of them after they met with the law department on them. So moving on to the first item, which is section 2.06, that deals with council member vacating a position and that they are not allowed to vote for their replacement. There was originally some language about having a public hearing and other things of that matter. That was what was proposed by the Charter Convention. What came out of the Legislative Affairs Committee from the council was this recommendation that simply has that a departing council member cannot vote for his or her replacements.
Thank you. Other proponents on number 59? Come on down. Okay. Any proponents on number 59? Seeing none, any opponents to 59?
Can you get your papers out of there? Scott Blake, 2316 North 52nd Street. This charter amendment is redundant. It does not fix the problem and feels like an attempt to cover up the botched appointment of Colleen Brennan. A couple of years ago, I started compiling. A couple of years ago, I started compiling a list of everyone that has been on the city council since 1957. Here, the bottom blue row shows all of you, and all of the yellow squares are all of the vacancies. There have been 10 vacancies. Paul's was the only outgoing council member to vote for his replacement. I've pointed this out multiple times, but the city law department says, quote, "We cannot find nothing in Nebraska law that would prohibit Paul's from voting on this position," end quote. So, Nebraska State Statute 32-568 clearly states if a vacancy occurs on the city council of a city of the metropolitan class, which Omaha is, the remaining members of the council shall appoint a person to fill such vacancy. But city law department says Paul's resignation did not take effect until 2 weeks after the vote on Brennan. Thus, he was an eligible voting member. Remember those 10 vacancies I talked about earlier? Half of them resigned after the vote, just like Paul's. Lee Terry is my favorite example. Both Paul's and Terry were elected to higher positions on November 3rd, 22 years apart. The city council voted for the replacement, to fill the replacements on December 22nd, and both Paul's and Terry resigned after the vote. So if Terry was still on the council, why didn't he vote for his replacement? Omaha World Herald said, quote, "Lee Terry is not legally allowed to participate in the process. Not legally allowed." When I spoke at the Charter Convention, I asked Paul Kratz what changed. He was actually the city attorney during that when Lee Terry resigned. But Mr. Kratz couldn't tell me what changed. Nothing changed. Mike Kennedy asked if the Nebraska statute applies, but city law department did not respond. I asked Kathleen Kauth if Governor Ricketts interviewed her before appointing her to the legislature. I wish you could have seen her face. The camera was pointing at me, she was over there, and she chuckled, she laughed, and said, yes, of course he interviewed me. Another charter member, John Fox, reminded me that he participated in the public hearing to fill the vacancy when Douglas County Commissioner Mike Boyle passed. Mr. Begley, you also spoke at that public hearing in support of Sarah Howard. So why are you removing the interview requirement for city council vacancies? Back to the 10 vacancies. 2020 was the only time city council did not interview any of the applicants. Don't believe me? Ask Mr. Rowe. Did the city council interview you when you applied for Paul's seat? Former city council member Ben Gray told KETV News, quote, "It's common to ask the outgoing council member for their input," end quote. That's not what I found. 1987, Bernie Simon, quote, "felt his endorsement would be a kiss of death." 2000, Subby Anzaldo, as quote, "as far as a strong say, I think that belongs to the 6 remaining members of the council." There's those words again, remaining members. And I know that newspaper quotes are not binding, but in 96, City Council Staff Assistant Lou Anderson said, quote, "based on legal opinions sought by the council, Takashi cannot participate in the process," end quote. I actually thought about making an open records request for that legal opinion. It should be in the archives. Maybe one of you could find it before the vote next week. So to recap, you're ignoring state statute, you are ignoring how the council has previously acted, and you're probably ignoring me right now. I'm just trying to help. And Mr. Kuzi, respectfully, you told the World Herald that my accusations are, quote, "without merit." If I got something wrong, it should be easy for you to point out. If you don't respond, I think it's safe to say your accusations are without merit. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 59?
Allie French, 4929 North 117th Circle. Not so much that I oppose it, but I would really like you guys to consider adding public comments back into that, because I think that the community should get a say in absolutely every single thing you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. Other opponents to number 59?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. This one, as well as most of those in this series, do not belong on the general election ballot. This is for the electors to propose amendments to your charter, not for you to propose changes to it to us. We own this building. You do not. You're supposed to listen to us, not the people that tell you to write these amendments. The way you work things is you have a hearing today. Next week it'll be a public hearing and a vote. Then you come back the week after that with your amendments, because the citizens can't have any more to say about it. And it's slam dam, thank you ma'am, you get your way whether we want it or not. Those are unreasonable rules. And speaking of that, I want to make a formal complaint today, just in case you think that if I don't complain today, that it's a defense against the Open Amendments Act suit. It is not a defense, but I'm bringing it up anyway. Earlier today, there were some things that were disallowed, just like you're doing right now, sir.
59.
You're once again violating the intent of the Open Meetings Act.
Actually, you are.
And you need to have a discussion of it with the lawyers, with the Attorney General, with the Douglas County Attorney, and thank you. And the sex education thing is, don't put it on the ballot. Let me take the money, damn, come out of here. You're doing illegal, unconstitutional thing.
Other opponents to number 59, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Seeing none, public hearing's closed. Next item.
Item 60, an ordinance proposing an amendment to Section 2.07 of the Home Rule Charter to change the process for determining if a mayor is disabled and unable to perform the mayor's duties.
Mr. Kuzi.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department, Section 2.07. This amendment is somewhat mirrored after the 25th Amendment of the United States Constitution in terms of the disability of the mayor. It will remove the existing process, which was unanimously agreed to by the charter convention as being somewhat outdated and would create a process whereby a mayor could temporarily transfer power to the next person in the line of succession, which would be the council president. It would also create a situation whereby if the cabinet felt that the mayor was incapacitated or no longer to fulfill his or her responsibilities, that the mayor could be removed. There's a due process provision in there, just as there is in the federal 25th Amendment to the Constitution, whereby the mayor could return to power in this process. This was the provision that was made. This was half of the provision that was made by the Charter Convention, but adopted by the Legislative Affairs Committee.
Thank you. Any proponents on number 60? See none. Any opponents?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to oppose this and basically just oppose the process because I don't think that this year was the year that you should have done the convention. I was under the impression that this was going to happen in 2023. So the fact that you're going to vote on some of the amendments in 2024 kind of alleviates some of my concerns. But I think the entirety of the process should have happened in 2023. I was able to attend one charter convention meeting, and I had anticipated to be able to participate in all the public hearings, and I wasn't able to because of the lack of information. I don't think there was an ongoing effort to advertise, market to the citizens that this was happening. And then I did sit one time, and the discussion that I was able to sit was about power. There was a discussion about power. And that, to me, the comments showed me that some of the individuals that were selected for the council convention kind of weren't aware of what power is. And so that was concerning to me. I oppose this because it's really not that complicated. You know, if the mayor can't do her job or his job, they should resign or have the mayors or the citizens recall the mayor. There's already a process to remove the mayor. So I oppose this, and I had one more comment, so I'm going to wrap it up. But it's just kind of sad. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents today? Seeing none, next item.
Item 61, an ordinance proposing amendments to Section 2.08, 2.10, and 2.18 of the Home Rule Charter to provide for a line of succession in the event that the council president and the council vice president are unable to perform as acting mayor, to provide an exception to the requirement that the city council must meet at least twice a month in the event of an emergency declared by state or federal government, and to require that the publication related to any initiative petition be made only in the city's designated official newspaper.
Thank you. And just to be clear on that last item, that was closing the public hearing. I didn't say those words, so there I said the words. Okay, number 61, had public hearing today. Proponents, please. Mr. Kuzi.
You're right. Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. These are three ballot questions combined into one. It's commonly done when there is some sort of connection to them. They do it frequently when articles of the state constitution get amended as well. Section 2.08 provides a line of succession when the mayor, the council president, and the council vice president are unable to serve. The current charter does not lead beyond that. If the mayor is unavailable or not able to be mayor, if the council president isn't, if the vice president isn't, there is nobody after that. This was to create, therefore, a system whereby it would be by seniority initially and then by a voter percentage since there are currently 3 council members who are in a tie for seniority. The charter still requires the city attorney to inform the next person in the line of succession. So should this pass, I will contact the election commissioner and figure out what the tie is between Councilmember Johnson, Bagley, and Rowe. Section 2.10, it's about council meetings. With COVID and everything that happened, there was a concern that the charter requires that the council have at least 2 meetings per month. There was this concern about COVID and the lack of ability to participate and vote via video conferencing, where something like this would be necessary. So in cases where there's an emergency declared by the federal government or the state of Nebraska, we can suspend that policy and have those meetings. Should there be another meeting scheduled, the same notification process would go forward as if the council had an emergency meeting. Section 2.18 deals with the it's kind of a small change. It just designates the official newspaper for initiative measures.
Thank you. Proponents on number 61, please. Seeing none, any opponents?
Allie French, 4929 North 117th Circle. My only opposition is that you guys don't get to shirk your responsibilities in the face of an emergency. If you run for office, you get to show up even in the face of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 61? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Item 62, an ordinance proposing amendments to sections 5.03, 5.16, and 5.17 of the Home Rule Charter to allow for an increase in the size of the cash reserve fund from 8% to 12% and to increase the monetary amount, which requires public bidding and city council action from $20,000 to $50,000.
Public hearing on number 62 is today. Mr. Kuzi.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. The amendment to section 5.03 would increase the cap for the cash reserve fund. It would go from 8% to 12%. Mr. Indenbosch tells me that traditionally in prior charter conventions, it has consistently gone up by 4% each charter session. So last time, 10 years or 9 years ago, it went up by 4% the last time that there was a charter convention. So that would put a cap at 12% of the total budget being allowed to go into the cash reserve fund. Section 5.16 was a request made from numerous departments within the city to increase the amount that doesn't require a bid from $20,000 to $50,000. This was all, in fact, this was several charter members suggested significantly higher amounts. I believe it was Charter Convention member Maxwell Morgan who got online and figured out what $20,000 in 1983 is in today's dollars, but it was $50,000 is what they agreed to. I would point out that they were also swayed by the fact that this is what the county is at and the state of Nebraska is at that amount as well. And with regard to 5.17, it is a mirror of the previous one, but simply has to deal with contracts instead of purchasings. It would also go from $20,000 to $50,000.
Thank you. Any proponents on number 62? Seeing none, any opponents?
Luis Jimenez, 2702. 2709 Dewey Avenue. Did I mention I was disappointed with the process? Yes, I did. I am opposed to one part of this, increasing the public bidding from 20,000 to 50,000. I think if you're concerned about inflation, you don't need it more than double it. You can go up a few $1,000s. Doesn't have to be more than, I mean, that's like 30,000. I'm going to leave here, so I'm not going to have another chance to say my comments about the charter convention, but I'd like to see the mayor not have the ability to veto budget amendments. And also, parliamentarian could back me up on this. The mayor's pardon should be on the city charter. It shouldn't be on the city codes. So this is an opportunity to kind of get in order on the mayor's pardon. Thank you.
Any other opponents to number 62? Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
Item 63, an ordinance proposing an amendment to Section 7.04 of the Home Rule Charter to include a requirement that the City of Omaha's master plan must address affordable housing development and sustainable development in addition to the elements that it already required to address.
Public hearing on number 63 is today. Mr. Kuzi.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. The amendment to Section 7.04 was proposed by several council members, several charter convention members. There was a number of proposals that were made to talk about the master plan, affordable housing, and this is kind of the confluence of them that all came together. It would require the master plan to address affordable housing and sustainable development in it.
Thank you. Proponents on number 63.
Luke Schroer, 2522 South 33rd Street. It's been a long day, so I'll try to keep this short. I think that it's definitely essential to be including these words and having a focus on affordable housing development and sustainable development, because I see that for the past 70 years, pretty much, we've been doing the same thing of car-centric suburban expansion into farm areas. And I grew up on a farm, so I respect the fact that we have families that have been farming the land for over a century sometimes, and we just keep expanding the city out instead of really taking a hard look at what we can fix and updo with the space that we've already got. Infrastructure in. Sustainable development can be as simple as like narrower roads, because in 50 years that might be free infrastructure now when it's being put in, but in 50 years the city, we have to pay to resurface that. Every tee off to a new house, that's all infrastructure, length, whatever. It's been a long day, I could have gone on, but I will keep it short and sweet. I absolutely think that we should have a chance to vote on this, so thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents to number 63? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Item 64, an ordinance proposing an amendment to Section 8.02 of the Home Rule Charter to insert sexual orientation and gender identity as additional classifications, which are entitled to equal protection under the Charter and for all action taken by the government of the City of Omaha.
Public hearing on number 64 is today. Mr. Kuzi.
Matt Kuzi, City of Omaha Law Department. This amendment to Section 8.02 was kind of a last-minute inclusion from a couple of the members. It would insert the language sexual orientation and gender identity as protected categories entitled to protection under the Charter, the ordinances, resolutions, and city actions. This has already been done to large degree by ordinance for public accommodations, housing, and employment, but this would insert those two protected categories into the Charter because they are not presently included in that section.
Thank you. Proponents on number 64.
Thank you, counselors. My name is Sarah Rips, S-A-R-A-R-I-P-S. I am the LGBTQIA+ Legal and Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Nebraska. Our address is 134 South 13th Street, Suite 1010, Lincoln, Nebraska. I want to first thank the counselors Festerman, Bagley, and Melton for bringing this proposed amendment, and to the council for their time today. Come before you to speak in support of modernizing the language of Section 8.02. To all my fellow Nebraskans who are transgender, nonconforming, and non-binary, I want to acknowledge you and reaffirm the ACLU's commitment to fighting with you and for you, because we mean it when we say Nebraska should be for everyone. Nebraskans who are transgender, nonconforming, and non-binary are our friends and our neighbors. They work hard, they pay taxes, they raise families, serve in the military, and contribute to our community. Our laws should ensure that they receive protection from those who wish to discriminate. Grounded in the American values of fairness, equality, and freedom, The updates to Section 8.02 ensure that people who work hard and play by the rules can move forward in our society. This proposed amendment to the Charter's guarantee of equal protection of the law should be placed before the voters in the general election on November 8th, 2022. I know based on the legal intakes I receive and from self-reporting from the community that there are Omahans and Nebraskans at large who experience discrimination based on their gender identity and sexual orientation. In the summer of 2020, the Supreme Court affirmed in Bostock versus Clayton County that discrimination in the workplace based on gender identity and sexual orientation constitute discrimination based on sex and as such is a violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Federal agencies subsequently have updated their interpretation of their own anti-discrimination policies as well. This includes HUD, the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, and the USDA. Further, the NEOC has determined that they would apply Bostock not just to employment discrimination, but to housing as well. By amending Section 8.02, the Council does not just ensure that the municipal code and our charter aligns with federal and state law, but it also sends a strong message to Omahans. It imbues a sense of belonging, provides clarity to all stakeholders, and helps the city attract new businesses, create jobs, address brain drain, and better compete in a global marketplace. Advancing the proposed amendment to Section 8.02 to the voters of the city is a good first step to extolling why there is no place like Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents to number 64?
Luke Schroer, 2522 South 33rd Street. I just want to do a kudos to that. I am a gay man, so the sexual orientation thing, I have gone to work as a straight man and had to worry about potentially losing my job and stuff. So I know that a lot of people might not be able to relate to this and like how it affects just your daily life and going through life, but I have personal experiences when you're just questioning like what protections do you have. So I absolutely hope that this gets passed forward. And thank you for the last speaker for those words because it means a lot. So
Thank you. Other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents?
Carol Clough, 5941 North 92nd Avenue, Omaha, 68134. First of all, I'm a nurse. I could go, how are you guys doing this without going to the bathroom? That's my first question. Amazing, amazing. All right, I will cut to the chase here. I sat in this chamber several years ago when the mayor was Jim Settle, and we had the very vigorous and civil debate over whether to include this language in our city municipal code. I just looked at our municipal code today very quickly to pull up sexual gender orientation, transgender, those types of things. Found at least 21 references to it in our municipal code. It's already there, but the difference between it and this amendment is that in our city code, it is protection for all. We are a welcoming state, and there is no place like Nebraska, and I appreciate the skill and the articulation of the proponents, but I would say let's add that protection, that same protection that's in our municipal code, let's add into our charter where people of all faiths, it's faiths, it's disability, it's protection for all speech. Everyone deserves a right to be heard, including those of us that, in my faith, it's in the beginning, God created. and he made them male and female in his image, in the image and likeness of God. That's a tenet of faith in Christendom. It's also a tenet of faith in Judaism, in the Torah. It's also a tenet of faith in Islam. So to put this into our city charter without protection for all the voices, I have been in admiration of you all today. I want you to know that you are prayed for and appreciated regularly. There are easier ways to spend an afternoon, and I only have to do this one time about every 5 years to think you guys do this week after week after week. You serve your districts, but you also serve the entire city of Omaha. And so every single person is worthy of dignity and respect in our city charter as well as in our municipal code. I remember the day that it was passed. And Councilman Festerman, I think you were on the council back then. You remember the discussions. And by and large today, they have all been civil. And I have other thoughts about sexual orientation ordinances as a whole, but today I want to just confine it to this 8.02 and urge you to not put it on the charter. And this is a freebie. You know, I saw Councilman Brinker on there. You know, he was listening remotely even though he was out of town and he was doing business. So I'm with my friend who just left. We can take all 24 at once. Just give them to us. Just give them to us. We can do it. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the civility of this discourse. I admire and appreciate each and every one of you. Would be glad to talk with you individually about this. You have my address.
Thank you. Other opponents, please.
Allie French, 4929 North 117th Circle. So while the ACLU wants to make this about discrimination, I'll take the opportunity to point out the hypocrisy of extending protections to a controversial, politically driven agenda whilst falling short to uphold the protections previously outlined in the Charter Code. One's creed is their Christian or religious beliefs as defined, or any faith, by the way, so that is covered in our code. All faiths are protected. As defined under the same section we're looking at amending. Yet, there's no enforcement. Public schools, employers, and businesses alike in the city of Omaha still disregard the personal religious beliefs of individuals because they decide that the person's religious beliefs aren't worthy of being acknowledged. To that end, I find it ostentatious that we're discussing additional classes of protection when there's currently little to no enforcement. Other than the fine gentleman back here who had great comment, there's nobody here that even is in support of this. The ACLU doesn't count. They're paid to be here. So when, who are we doing this for? Who is this actually protecting? Who is actually being discriminated upon that needs additional protections? And if there is discrimination, they already have protections. Your religious freedoms under the Nebraska State Constitution protects one's right to conscience. Well, guess what, guys? You already have those protections. So this is entirely redundant. And again, even under the Title VII, it covers your right to conscience as well. This is entirely a joke and just a political agenda being pushed by the ACLU. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Other opponents?
Hi, my name is Susan Pepper. I live at 11612 Douglas Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here in opposition to the proposed amendment. The City of Omaha government already has gender identity and sexual orientation provision as outlined by the Human Rights and the Human Relations Department. But where is the religious exemption in this proposal? It's not there. Respectively, this is a needless, divisive proposal brought by and for political purpose. Furthermore, it was added by the Charter Review Convention members on the last day of the meeting with no advance notice to the public. Of the 24 proposed amendments, the City Council can vote to bring to a public vote, or you can pigeonhole this. I hope you pigeonhole it. No more politics. Just vote no on this thing, dump it. Remember, God has no favorites, and we shouldn't either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other opponents to number 64?
My name is Peter Smagas, and address is 1015 Mercer Boulevard, Omaha, Nebraska, 68131. I'm a lifelong Omahan. I have a family I came from a family of 10 kids from the cathedral area. I've worked always with kids. 10 years at the Iowa School for the Deaf in the dorms, 13 years at Boys Town with the kids in the home, 20 years with kids as a maintenance man in schools. I have 3 children, 11 grandchildren. Kids are my business, my love, and I'm always teaching them good Christian morals. I have a new occupation now. I'm a scientist, not a scientist, I'm a sign-tist. I go out on the streets and I hold signs. And my most recent sign said, "Our nation is dying." Evidence, homosexuality, and abortion. And you could throw this gender confusion in there with it. Repent, America, turn to Jesus Christ. I don't see how people can accept these abominations. How can a country think that they can survive? How can we survive as a nation? How can you tell me anything is wrong when you can accept this and this and this, things that are so contrary to God's word? It breaks my heart that we have been caught up in this sexual confusion. Why are we even discussing it? I've been accused as being a part of causing children to commit suicide because I come up against this stuff. And I would say the opposite. I serve a God of order. Are we all and all this sexual confusion is driving young people and others to despair. I stand on the side of the road with a sign that says, "The bridge is out." Some people can stop and turn around. Some people will go on down the road, and that's what we're doing today. The bridge is out. But I stand and warn. I can't even believe that we are discussing such nonsense. What would your parents say if they were here today? What would they say? What did we say 20 years ago? This didn't even come up. God says we are fearfully and wonderfully made, and He doesn't make mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 64? See none, public hearings closed. Madam Clerk.
Non-action items, items 65 through 81, do not require public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration.
We will not adjourn, but I will take a motion to recess until 6:30
need-
for
you
the
can just
budget
call.
appropriation. Huh? I guess I can just call the recess. So consider yourselves in recess until 6:30. We'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, for 2. No, one more. No.
Okay, we've been in recess. It's now 6:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. She was there. Okay, Melton. Palermo. Mr. President.
Here.
An affidavit of publication is on file for this public hearing, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the public hearing for the 2023 City of Omaha Budget and Capital Improvement Program. I'm glad you're all here to provide your input and thoughts on what's been proposed to the City Council. Tonight's public hearing is conducted in accordance with the requirements of the City Charter. To make tonight's proceedings as efficient as possible, we'll follow procedures that have worked well in the past. I'll ask City Clerk Eliza Butler to describe those procedures for tonight's public hearing.
This public hearing is for the 2023 city budget. Before you entered the chamber, you were asked to sign in. The council president will call you to the podium in that order. We ask that you keep your comments limited to the budget and that you speak for no more than 5 minutes. The light at the podium will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining in your time. Please summarize your comments at that point. When the light turns red, your time has expired. If you have written out your presentation, please consider stating your name and address and submitting the presentation for council members to review later. Your written comments will then be part of the official record. Council members and other city officials are here to listen to your comments. They will not respond or debate the issues tonight. Council members welcome your calls and emails if you wish to discuss issues in greater detail. I will also note a copy of the Finance Director's budget presentation is available at this desk. If you would like a printed copy of the presentation, please come see City Clerk staff.
Thank you. And I'll also note that after this public hearing, the council's budget review process will continue, of course. Council members will consider your input as we continue to review the recommended budget. We're scheduled to vote on the budget at our regular city council meeting on Tuesday, September 13th at 2. One thing that is new this year that you may have heard about if you were watching our previous meeting related to city charter amendments is that any amendment filed by a council member this year will have its own public hearing at that time too. So I'll ask everyone today to be considerate of your fellow citizens by focusing your comments on the budget, staying within your allotted time, which is 5 minutes, and being respectful of views that may differ from yours. In addition, I would ask that you turn off your cell phones at this time. So right now we'll commence with the first speakers, and we'll do that in the order in which people signed in. And we'll start with proponents to the budget, and that first speaker is Doug Kagan. And after Doug will be Jennifer Snow, if Jennifer wants to come on deck here or maybe come down to the front row. Mr. Kagan.
Good evening, Doug Kagan, 416 South 130th, representing Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom. The proposed budget contains many positive features for taxpayers, yet needs improvement. Continued are good management practices and a stable revenue situation. The Finance Department prepares annual budgets using the accrual basis of accounting so that taxpayers can see expenditures in the same accounting period in which the fund liability is incurred. Our net general obligation debt will set only slightly higher, which is a definite positive. City general obligation bond rating is still healthy, Moody's AA2 and Standard & Poor's AA+. However, spending on non-basic services and programs continues unabated, utilizing revenues that instead the city could use for additional property tax relief. So our suggestions are these: cut community service programs, hold back the $306 million pegged from capital improvements for the urban streetcar until the extent of the recession becomes apparent. There is $350,000 appropriated from the contingency fund account in the general fund that makes $50,000 available for each city council member to allocate. In 2022, the total is only $15,000. We suggest you eliminate the slush fund. The mayor claims that the new budget will not raise property taxes. The property tax rate does remain the same, which is a positive, at 46.922 cents per $100 per valuation. The tax figured on an average home price of $167,800 at $787.35, or 21% of total property taxes paid in Douglas County. However, with the inflationary local housing valuations, many residents reside in homes worth more than $167,800. According to Neighborhood Scoutcom, the June 2022 value of a typical home in Omaha is $211,362, so the typical property tax would set higher than $787.35 at about $992. Also, property taxes will rise with the same rate because of the valuation increases on many county homes this year by 6.965% stated in this budget. Now, positively, the voter authorized levy increase approved in 2020 to pay for the street preservation program will not be implemented for the third year in a row, which helps taxpayers. Costs for purchased services and equipment rose dramatically in several departments. So we repeat our calls for the city to negotiate intralocal agreements with adjacent government subdivisions in order to order in bulk to save taxpayer dollars. Privatize sludge disposal and laboratory services. The City Council voted to offer thousands in premium pay to city employees for working during the pandemic. In return, employees should pay more for their health care insurance premiums. So overall, our taxpayer group awards this budget a B rating. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Snow, please. And after Jennifer is Johnny Rogers.
Jennifer Snow, 5150 North 90th Street, representing Rejuvenating Women. Rejuvenating Women is a nonprofit organization committed to providing hope and restoration to individuals who have been trafficked and sexually exploited in Omaha, Nebraska, and throughout the country. RW provides short and long-term trauma-focused recovery program that supports residents in the round-the-clock home. RW encompasses life skills, counseling, equine therapy, and group classes to equip the survivors so that they may live a healthy and independent life. For the safety and the security of the women we serve, we have staff present during the day, evening, overnights, weekends, and holidays. Since January of this year, we have received 151 calls for help. The Restored Wings home consistently ranges from 5 to 6 women at any given time. Due to the nature and severity of the mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual trauma we have endured, we would like to hire 2 staff for each shift versus the 1 staff we currently have. We have had an increase in staff turnover due to other companies offering higher pay that we as a nonprofit simply can't compete with. The darkness of this trauma is extremely overwhelming and hard to wrap your head around sometimes. We have collaborated with other anti-trafficking organizations with survivor leaders to help train our staff so that they are equipped to manage the delicate and traumatic matters that occur. It is required that our staff see a licensed therapist that is provided by Rejuvenating Women to ensure their self-care and mental well-being needs are met. Some of the positive outcomes of the Restored Wings program so far this year: over 621 hours of programming, an 84 to 96 succession rate on the DL20 report, which is a basic life skills test done with our women after 30 days. They've had 176 hours of strictly therapeutic, including individual, group, equine, art, and music therapy. We've had countless celebrations of sobriety and no self-harm, including celebrating first-time birthdays and holidays. One resident is currently coming up on 2 years in the program. She has completed 2 internships with local businesses, volunteered her time at a local nonprofit, and has started working part-time. She is learning how to budget and save her money. Another survivor was able to use the pain of her past trauma and abuse that she endured as a child to write, sing, and play piano for us in an incredibly beautiful song. The Rejuvenating Women Board of Directors is currently working with Land and Homeowner to obtain a 36-acre home and property that will specifically be for youth that have been trafficked. We have partnered with Project Harmony to help us in this new expansion with minors. We want to thank the City Council members and the Mayor for funding that has been provided for the last 4 years and are asking for additional funds to help us hire qualified and reliable staff that are mentally able to work in a high-stress, trauma-informed program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent is Johnny Rogers, and then we have Stephanie Olson.
Good
Good evening, everyone. Johnny Rogers, 2011 Work Street. I'm here on behalf of the Jitterword Foundation and Trust. I'm basically here just to say thank you to the mayor for the consideration and generosity of the grants that we've been able to receive that I think that we're really helping to make a difference in our community. I believe because of my athletic background that anything you can do by yourself just ain't big enough. Teamwork makes your dreams work. With her help, the help that she gives up, that we are able to make a difference in quite a few different levels, not just children, but adults as well. We've given scholarships to Metro Community College to people from the age of 18 to 60 years old that had actually changed their lives. We've taken people off the street and got them into college and into CDL programs where they didn't have income nearly at all. And then after a few weeks of training and schooling, they were able to start off with a career of maybe $50,000, $60,000 a year. Everything that we really want is on the other side of fear. People are fearful to get started, so we need to have the help. We need to have the backup that we get and the support from the city, because teamwork makes your dreams work. You don't win Heisman trophies by yourself, you don't win national championships by yourself, and you don't build a great community by yourself. It's always in conjunction with others that you make your greatest accomplishments, and teamwork makes your dreams work. Without the mayor's consideration for us, we would not be able to impact the lives of our community as we've been able to do from, like I said, from 16 years old, 18 years old to 60 years old. And if I have anything to say at all, I wish we had more money to do more things, because there's more. I mean, I've really experienced when the look on people's face. Like, we just did a partnership with Logiers, where we were going to spend some of our foundation money in order to give them a scholarship, but they came out and offered the same people that we were going to give a scholarship a job. And on top of the job, they give them a scholarship. And on top of the scholarship, they're going to give them a living wage. They go from $16 an hour to $26 an hour starting off, and $1,000 to actually sign up. You can't imagine the looks on people's face when they get that kind of consideration and help, and hope is really alive, that we are really together, really making a difference. I am for the direction that we're going, and I just hope there's more participation in the city, the mayor, and everybody in our community to keep on doing what we're doing, because anything you can do by yourself just ain't big enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Olson, and then we have John Benden.
Hello, Stephanie Olson, 3606 North 156th Street, Suite 101 to 128 here in Omaha, Nebraska. And I would just like to first thank the City Council, thank the mayor for the funding that you have provided the Set Me Free project. We couldn't do the work that we're doing here in Omaha without you. The Set Me Free project is a prevention education organization that comes to bring hope to youth and families by providing human trafficking education, social media, and healthy relationships education. We know that the youth in our community are at risk for being trafficked through social media, through their schools. This is a reality that they're experiencing every day. And now what we're seeing is that schools with a mass exodus of teachers and huge behavioral issues with the students, there is even more of an importance for them to understand that they have an intrinsic value that no one can change. Our youth need to know that they are important and they have worth and dignity. And that is what the Set Me Free Project curriculum provides. And what we want to do, we have for multiple years sent our educators into many different regions and areas with our curriculum, and it has been incredible, and we are continued to be sought after by schools and by communities. But now, with the changes in the schools, we want to get that curriculum in the hands of every teacher, every counselor, every social worker, so that they can actually work with the students that they know directly with our curriculum and having the opportunity, knowing those students, to help them understand that they have incredible value that no one can change through fun and engaging curriculum, critical thinking skills, and making a difference in the lives of those youth. That's our goal. That's our mission. We want to see every school in Omaha be able to have this curriculum and utilize it in their schools to make a difference in the lives of these youth. And we know that we can absolutely do that. The Set Me Free project offers curriculum from kindergarten now through 12th grade in the schools and college age as well, and discusses so many different things with social emotional learning, but also human trafficking, both sex and labor trafficking, and healthy relationships and social media safety. And if we can get these in the hands of those counselors, we know we can make an incredible difference. One of the things we'll also be working on is a perpetrator prevention curriculum, and that will be coming up in the next year or so. And we will be able to actually stop the demand in the schools to help make sure that there are no perpetrators, that we could actually prevent that piece as well. So with your help, you have done an incredible job helping us really get this message to youth. We ask for continued support because our youth deserve it, and they need to know that they have an intrinsic value that cannot be changed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Bendon.
My name is John Bendon. I'm the finance director at Sienna Francis House at 1401 North 18th Street. On behalf of Sienna Francis, we are in support of the recommended budget, in particular, the recommended appropriation for those partners providing emergency shelter and homeless day services. Funding under this program is critical to our efforts in providing immediate basic needs to clients in our low barrier program, ultimately building a foundation for those experiencing homelessness in our community to work with our case managers to navigate a path to housing. In 2001 alone, 2,561 unique individuals received case management services program-wide, with a daily average of 376 individuals served just in our shelter. Sienna Francis House served over 402,000 meals during that same time period, while also providing 137,506 shelter bed nights, more shelter bed nights than any other time in our 47-year history. As demand for our services increases, so does the need for funding. We are grateful for the city's continued financial support and partnership, and reiterate our support for the 2023 recommended budget. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes those that have signed in to testify as proponents. We'll now take those that have signed in as opponents in the order in which they came, and we'll start with Teresa Summerlin. After Teresa, we have Isabella Manhart.
My name is Teresa Summerlin. I live at 717 North 89th Plaza. President Festerson, City Council, I oppose the proposed budget. Studies show that greater funding to the police is not correlated with a reduction in crime or safer communities. A review of police spending over the past 60 years shows no correlation between police funding and crime rates. Instead, research is starting to show that addressing economic insecurity is the key to reducing crime. Police don't make us safer. In fact, across the country, we have witnessed police actively perpetuate violence disproportionately against Black, brown, and Indigenous people. Most police killings start in response to a non-violent instance, such as a traffic stop or a mental health issue. This was demonstrated by Omaha police with the killing of Zachary Bearhills and Kenneth Jones. And again, the police don't make us safer. And yet, Omaha continues to spend more money on police than almost anything else in their budget. The OPD budget has grown significantly in recent years, going from about $99 million in 2010 to over $170 million in 2022. Over the past 12 years, there's been a 71% increase to the police budget, while the population has increased by 19%. Let me say that again. A whopping 71% increase to the police budget, with an only 19% increase in the population here in Omaha. It doesn't have to be this way, and in other parts of the country, it's not like this. Cities around the country have been re-examining the practices of policing and shuffling dollars away from policing and into initiatives that improve safety. The STAR program in Denver, Colorado is an example. The CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon is an example. Just down the road in Lincoln, they're starting to use funds to explore non-law enforcement alternatives for response to mental health crisis. It's past time for Omaha to do the same thing. Studies show that divestiture of the police budget to fund programs that are more effective is the way to reduce crime. I'm asking you to reallocate $20 million in police funds to community programs. That includes $6 million to start an unarmed civilian traffic safety division, $5 million for a support team assisted response program that's similar to the one that they're using in Denver, Colorado, $4 million for affordable housing programs, $3 million for parks, libraries, and youth programs, and $2 million for workforce development. Omaha deserves strong leadership that will invest in programs that protect its citizens. Please stand up to Mayor Stothard's tired and ineffective budget. Look at the data and not to our mayor to guide you in this regard. I was here a year ago. You probably heard me say a lot of the same things. And you guys disappointed Omaha with your budget decisions. Please don't do it again. Lastly, please fund the bike lane. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isabella, and then we'll have Noemi Gilbert.
Hi, my name is Isabella Manhart, 3724 Gordon Street. I'm in District 4. And I'm speaking today in opposition to this budget. The current draft completely neglects the major needs of our community, including climate action and library resources, and it's investing, like Teresa said, in the police disproportionately rather than investing in the needs of our communities. I am a freshman in college. I just moved into UNO actually, and this is the last place I want to be. I was here last year. This building is really menacing, and I don't know. Maybe that's something we can change in this budget. It's terrifying to be here, and it's I think sad when this place is the public forum of our community. That it's so unapproachable. We don't have a communications officer for our city as far as I'm aware. It's really hard to find information on what's happening in this building, and the decisions that are happening in this building are super important to the lives of Omahans. So I would definitely like to see communication improved from the city to community members. I just want to talk about climate because you all passed a climate action plan in November of 2021, and nothing has happened with it as far as I'm aware. There's you're quoted in a KTV article, Councilman Festerson, with concern about the lack of progress with this plan, and I'm right there with you. We both know that like a surefire way to make progress on any plan is to put money behind it, and the word climate appears 0 times in the budget right now. So if the word climate isn't there, the word climate change isn't there, the climate action plan isn't there, and that's something that is glaringly missing for me in this budget, because not pretending the climate change isn't happening isn't a solution for our city. So I think that this budget needs to be amended to reflect the situation with climate change in our city, and we need to invest in sustainable infrastructure and work towards climate goals. We should set those climate goals and communicate them, because as far as I'm aware, we passed a plan to create a plan, and I haven't seen that yet. But we have some of that infrastructure already, right? We have the Pawnee Street protected bike lane, and making streets safer for cyclists encourages more people to use green transportation. And that the budget doesn't reflect like continued funding for this project is completely fails to reflect constituents' needs and values. My dad uses the protected bike lane to get to work. My partner takes it to school. My friends take it downtown. Every time I drive by, there seems to be someone using it. Like, it's really important to people in the city, and it's made such an improvement in the transportation scene in Omaha. So I think that continued funding of that will reflect a step towards sustainability by our city, which I know is something really important, and it's also a clear reflection of what people actually want out of their streets. Predictably, the budget diverges from the actual needs of our community in other ways as well. I don't see the police protecting vulnerable members of our community, ensuring they can access the internet and public restrooms or find job services. But they're getting more than $7 million more in this budget, while our public libraries, who are providing all those services and more, have only like a minimal increase to their overall budget. And they're going to need to be renting 3 new spaces. We're going to need to restore all these places because we're moving the W. Dale Clark Library. So we definitely need to amend the budget so that it increases the money available to the library, because if we want to, I know the mayor keeps saying that we're going to keep services for the library running while the W. Dale Clark is being moved, but if we're not like making sure that money is actively going towards that, that's something I imagine will absolutely slip away. The mayor's website lists all the costs, and those are completely disproportionate to the actual increase in the budget. So I would hate to see more funding being cut to our libraries, which are already like chronically underfunded. Councilman Palermo, you're my city council member now since redistricting, and I remember that I went to one of the library hearings at the South Omaha branch when this all was being decided, and you were there and you were wearing a sweatsuit. You just got out of volleyball practice, I think, but you got up and spoke, and I just remember I was really amazed because I'd never seen a city council person like directly engaging with their community members before. So I know that you know that libraries are a really valuable resource for our community, and I hope that you'll look at the huge disparities in library budget and make an amendment to fix them, because I don't know where the extra millions of dollars for these renovations are coming from, but more cuts to the library isn't gonna be helpful to our community, and it's really not viable when it's such a valuable resource. So I'll reiterate, I oppose this budget. It doesn't reflect the needs of our city. It needs to talk about climate change. We need to continue funding the Harney Street protected bike lane because that's so valuable to our city. We need to amend the library budget to reflect the needs of our community, and this money is all available, right? We are creating this disproportionate increase in the police budget. And we are in a crisis, so I know there's not as many people calling for divestment from the police, but that's something
wrap up the lights on there. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. That's something we can find money for that, and I think you all know what needs to happen to amend the budget to reflect the needs and values of Omahans. So I hope you'll consider these changes. Thank you for your time.
I thought you were going to say you've never seen a city council member in a sweatsuit before.
I haven't either, but impressive all around.
Noemi, please. And then we have Luis Jimenez.
Hello, my name is Noemi Gilbert. I reside at 530 South 51st Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska 68106. I'm speaking today in opposition to the budget plan. I ask you to set aside money in the CIP to protect and maintain the Harney Street bike lane, reduce the obscene amount of money proposed to the Omaha Police Department, and increase the funding for the library to account for the costs associated with new downtown development. I use the Harney Street bike lane nearly every day. Taking it downtown to school is the safest I've ever felt cycling in Omaha. It is an absolute joy to be able to ride my bike without the fear of getting injured or killed, which is a fear that is ever present when cyclists ride on streets with cars. I love this bike lane. I think this bike lane is the best thing Omaha has ever done. I love feeling empowered to navigate Omaha via bike. I love the unexpected meetings that I have with people coming the other direction. I'm never the only person on the bike lane. I always see at least 1 or 2 other people, and I say, hey, what a beautiful day. What a cool bike you have. And it means so much to me to have spaces where that kind of joyful transit is allowed and safe and accessible. Protected bike lanes are beautiful, and they open up our cities to everyone, regardless of their abilities to drive. But don't just take my word for it. Protected bike lanes are essential for the health and safety of communities. A 2019 study published in the Journal of Transport and Health found that having a protected bike facility in any given city results in 44% fewer deaths and 50% fewer serious injuries that are related to traffic. One key reason for this is that when biking is a safe and accessible option, people want to bike. People want to bike. Cars are the cause of essentially all traffic fatalities in cities, assaulting pedestrians, cyclists, as well as other cars. Omaha formed the Vision Zero Task Force in 2018 with the goal of reaching zero traffic fatalities. This is a nationwide initiative to stop traffic fatalities. Yet the number of traffic deaths in Douglas County has actually increased between 2018 and the most recent data from the Department of Transportation in 2020. So whatever we're doing with this Vision Zero plan, it isn't working. It's time for an evidence-based, sustainable way to reduce traffic fatalities, and that is setting aside money in the CIP to maintain Omaha's only protected bike lane. I would love to see money to lay the groundwork to build more protected bike lanes. I would love to see bike lanes extend further west, so the commute to get from where people live more at west to downtown is safer. I would love to see a north to south protected bike lane. I believe on 24th Street we have a bike lane that already exists, and I think it would be really meaningful to set aside money to actually add barriers between those bikers and traffic to encourage people to bike. My next point is that police do not prevent crime. Police do not make our city safer. Our police harm the most vulnerable members of Omaha, those experiencing homelessness and those in mental health crises. Cities that reduce police funding to fund programs that actually address the root causes of violence, poverty, trauma, and homelessness find reductions in violence and crime and increases in community safety. Omaha City Council, you have heard this data many times from this community. So I would like to suggest that we redirect the nearly $8 million that have been proposed to increase the police budget to the Omaha Public Library in the face of these increased costs that moving the moving the downtown library has brought. It is essential that those expenses do not take away from the library's needed and essential services. Please listen to the needs of Omaha and invest in the systems that are actually keeping us safe, the vital resource of our public libraries and our safe bike transit infrastructure. And I have 2 more minutes than I prepared for, so I'm going to read you a poem that I wrote about riding in the bike lane. I'm biking straight into the sunrise, a collage of orange and pink and day, or its soft beginning at least, sun creeping forward towards spring. These roads are known, this asphalt is familiar under my feet. The skyline is catching the light with an old familiar grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, are you here? Okay. After Luis, we have Gab Rima.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Good evening, council members. Mr. President, I want to support the budget because there is a lot of money being put into city services, and that's what any city needs. It needs competent government services. But during this time in 2022, we're facing a global crisis, which is climate change, and all entities, all individuals need to participate in bringing down global warming gases that has been created by human activity. And that is the biggest contributor to global warming is we the people. We have been talking about this for decades, about the dangers that are coming up. Just recently, I was on Instagram and I got I saw a infographic that shows the heat belt that's going to be in the United States in 2053. All these counties are going to record temperatures at least one day that's over 125 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very hot. That'll kill animals. That was going to kill people too. And that's what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to make sure that we have a livable environment. And Douglas County is in that heat belt. So they're already saying that here in Douglas County, by 2053, we're going to have at least one day that's going to register at 125 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's dangerous. Thankfully, the federal government is going to act and reduce possibly the emissions, greenhouse emissions, down to 40% from 2005 levels, and that's made that's provided an opportunity for climate change experts to say that this is a real opportunity that we can act on to respond to this terrible situation. It's slow coming, but I felt the effects. I think Omaha is starting to feel the effects, like with flooding. You should act. The city should act. All responsible individuals in this city need to do something about it. So what am I going to say? Of course the mayor needs to do something. You guys already approved the plan. You need to have a plan. So, and when you get down to project management, at least let's talk about project management. How are we going to move forward? There's no initiation. There's no putting experts together. I haven't heard of it. The speaker, one of the speakers before me, said that the action plan or funding for climate action isn't in the budget, and that's I think that's irresponsible, frankly, because we've known for a long time that we were going to be here, and that the city of Omaha isn't in the initiation phase for this is sad, but also we should be concerned. I like the idea of funding some part of an initiation for the action plan. I think that's a good idea to put down some money so that the state, the task force, and by the way, I think you guys are the de facto task force on climate change. Have that funding available so that you can fund research for setting the goals. That's one of the first things you got to do with this action to tackle global warming, is to lay out the goals and the plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gab Rima. Gab did register through a process by which she does not have to provide her address, so don't feel like you have to do that at the podium.
Hello, my name is Gab Rima. As Councilmember Festerson just said, I had my address waived, but I will share that I do live in Danny Begley's district. I'm here today as an opponent of the proposed city budget for 2023. I feel like a lot of things are wrong with this budget, not just the numbers, but the process. We claim to live in a democracy, but what kind of democracy gives the people 3 weeks to read a 476-page document? What kind of democracy gives the people one chance to speak on it and the ways that our lives are funded or defunded? And what kind of democracy includes people only at the tail end of a process that affects every aspect of our lives? You let us speak only a month before you're required to vote on this budget. I feel like your minds are made up, and I'm not really sure why I'm here. But since I am here, I'll say what I have to say, which is that a lot has happened with the library this year. And frankly, the entire situation has been handled much like this process. Closed-door meetings, no transparency, little engagement. Kind of feels like it's Gene Stothard's world and we're just living in it. One of the reasons Mayor Stothard gives for pursuing a public-private partnership for the library is that the library is underfunded. That's what she says, the library is underfunded. But who is underfunding it? Who writes the budget document? This is not a passive thing, this is a purposeful action. The proposed increase to the library budget this year It's not even enough to cover the costs of renting the 3 new locations required to carry out this plan with Mutual of Omaha. This feels irresponsible and a little absurd. This is an active defunding of our public library system. Another piece of the budget I want to mention is the lack of continued funding for the Harney Street Protected Bike Lane. Why not continue to fund this project? Why not continue to maintain this bike lane? Why did we create a pilot project if we're not willing to see where it leads? A budget is a moral document. Our city's budget tells us our city's priorities, our values. This document tells me that Omaha is a city of policing and not much else. This document tells me how little we care for our community. Where's the funding for initiatives that prevent crime? Where's the funding for community care, to house people who need to be housed and feed people who need to be fed? This budget tells me we don't care whether teenagers riding their bikes to school get there safely. This budget tells me we don't care whether children can access early literacy plans or job seekers can access applications. This budget tells me we'd rather see our homeless neighbors sleeping in jail cells than in warm beds. This budget tells me we don't care whether or not kids go to sleep hungry. In fact, our mayor cares so little she's gone 84 days out of the year. I don't want to live in a city that doesn't care. And if you let people actually participate in these systems and processes, if we were asked more about what we wanted, I think you would see that we do care. And I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Johnny Red, and then we have Sophia Mason.
Good evening, Council. I'm Johnny Red, and I live at 300 South 16th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here to speak as an opponent to the proposed 2023 city budget from Mayor Stothert. As you know, this proposed budget allocates nearly 40% of the general fund to the Omaha Police Department. So can I just point out that it doesn't make sense for any department to get 40% of the budget when we live in a city with crumbling infrastructure, underfunded libraries, and an alarming lack of resources for the homeless population. I don't know how many more times we can cite the same statistics and studies year after year over and over before this sinks in. Increased police funding does not reduce crime because fear does not reduce crime. Locking people up doesn't reduce crime. I know it must seem like there's no other alternative because we live in a culture of over-policing. But all of this is not working. Should we at least try something different? Even 1% of the budget reallocated could literally fund an entire new department easily. How about more money to support affordable housing, mental health outreach, or transit and bike infrastructure? So the city has to rely less on underfunded nonprofits, like some of the ones here today, to chip away at these problems that impact all of us. Last year, a homeless man froze to death near what is now the newly renovated Jean Leahy Mall, the site of the Riverfront Revitalization Project, which the city set aside a total of $80 million for. He died because we let him. Our policy and budget decisions are translating to passive violence, and I don't want to live in a city that can't even get people off the street during the coldest days of the year. In addition to that, if the police kill or injure even one person, that warrants a massive budget cut at the very least. Continuing to increase this budget by millions of dollars every year with no accountability tells victims of police violence from Vivian Strong in 1969 to Zachary Bearheels to Kenneth Jones and their families that their trauma and pain do not matter. So I am back again before you today once again to ask you the same thing I did last year. Please invest in the people of Omaha and let us show you what a better city could look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia, and then we have James Earhart.
My name is Sophia Mason, and I'm at 9712 North 34th Street. I'm testifying to oppose the city budget for next year. 37.5% of the budget is planned to go to the police. I understand that we want the city to feel safe, but giving the majority of the city budget to the police is not the answer. This budget does not address the underlying problems in Omaha. I'm asking you to reconsider the 2023 proposed budget by diverting funds from the police department and reallocating those funds to address situations such as food insecurity, climate change, and the many changes coming to the public library system. I believe that the budget needs to be addressing food insecurity. We have plenty of food, but the homeless and lower income population are not being given equal access to nourishing and healthy food. We are a growing city, and we should be making food accessibility a priority by improving transportation in food deserts so that more people can go to the grocery store and giving fundings to programs that deal with food insecurity. I was interning with City Sprouts this past year, and I had the chance to tour the food bank for the Heartland. And when we were touring, there was not a lot of food stocked on the shelves. And I remember my tour guide, they were saying that the need for food has only increased these past few years, but supplies to access and distribute the food, it's nowhere near enough to accommodate the growing need for food. And yeah, we cannot be ignoring food insecurity in our budget. For the past few years, the Omaha Public Library has also been incredibly underfunded. We have plans to demolish the W. Dale Clark Library and locate the branch on Jones Street, and yet only 3.5% of the budget is going to our libraries. This cannot possibly be enough to cover all of the time, materials, and workers being invested into this change, not to mention also providing appropriate funding to materials and staffing for all of the other library branches. Meanwhile, the Omaha Police Department has always had the majority of our city funds and is being given an $8 million increase from their budget from last year. Libraries, they're a space for communities to meet. They're a safe space for those who are not living in a safe environment. They are a place where everyone has access to knowledge through the internet and through books. The Omaha Public Library is absolutely relevant to our city, and we need to start treating our libraries with importance. I do not believe that our budget reflects the importance of our libraries. I would also like to note that in this 476-page document, the word climate is not mentioned once. Last November, you approved a climate action plan for Omaha, and I would like to know why there are no plans to address this climate action plan in the budget document. Climate change is happening right now, and we need to do our part to form a more sustainable city. We cannot combat climate change without funding. Funding for our climate action plan needs to be a part of this budget. Again, I believe that we need to reallocate funds from the Omaha Police Department to programs that deal with food insecurity, the library, and our climate action plan. No matter how much money you give to the police, they will not solve the issues like climate change or homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. James, and then we have Pierce Carpenter. And Pierce Carpenter will be our last speaker today.
Good evening. My name is James Earhart. I live on 5312 Cumming Street, District 1. I am speaking in opposition to the proposed 2023 budget. We're spending 37% of the budget on Omaha's police in this. There are so many better things we could be spending this on. One that comes to mind is the Harney Street bike lane. I use that about 3 times a week. It's the only safe way as a pedestrian on a bike to go from 52nd Street to downtown. It's really nice. People use it. You guys got to fund it. Basically, anything everyone else here has said is just like things you guys should be doing. On top of that, climate isn't mentioned once in the entire budget proposition. This is something really important to me, and I'm sure most people in Omaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierce.
Thank you. I'm on the Property Owners Association, so I know a lot about rental property and stuff like that, but I'm not representing them tonight, and what I say are my thoughts alone. I came to talk about the
And
planning.
Pierce, just your address for the record, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
My name is Pierce Carpenter. I live at 4832 Farnham. Is that covered?
Yep, thank you.
I came down to talk about the planning budget, most specifically the rental property registration and inspection program, but I couldn't resist affordable housing. I am not a proponent of affordable housing. I see what goes on the other side as a landlord. And what happens is tenants will tailor their income to make sure they can still qualify for the affordable housing. And I just don't believe that taxpayers in Omaha should be subsidizing housing in that manner. I'm not coming up with a solution. I'm just saying subsidies are not good. Regarding the planning budget, it's 13.7 million. I'm sure a portion of that is the rental property registration and inspection program, which I wholeheartedly object to. I think it should be unfunded. I don't believe it's needed. I think it's you're not getting a good bang for the buck in that program. I mean, no doubt the program's done some good, but is it doing as much good as it's costing? And the answer is no. The other side effect of that program, it is wiping out low-income housing. I had 2 houses that I purchased. They were cut into apartments with 1 furnace in each house. They had 9 apartments, and that is not code, and the city of Omaha will not allow filtration systems, which are allowed at many other cities. So the only choice was to tear them down, and I tore them down. So they were apartments for $250 to $450 that are now gone. The program itself was hailed to be a go after egregious and real safety problems, but what they're doing is a full code inspection. I would imagine from talking to other landlords, the number 1 item that probably is being corrected is problems with P-traps. If you have an old house and it's got metal drain lines and you put a plastic P-trap in, that's not code in the city of Omaha. Now, many other cities it is code, but not here in Omaha. Even if you go down and buy a lavatory for a bathroom with a sink drain, most of the sink drains are now plastic. So they'll allow you to go to plastic and then do a metal P-trap, but they will not allow plastic to a plastic P-trap to the metal, even though the connection is the same. I mean, the program, it's a good idea to some degree. There's just no good way to implement it except the way they did it before, which was by complaint only. Let's see. It's sort of like when you have, like you wouldn't want me working on your refrigerator or your car, because I don't understand these things. And I go in, I go, this is the problem, and I replace it. It doesn't fix it. So I replace something else, and I fix that. And that doesn't fix it. And then I put another part in, and that doesn't fix it. That's like the shotgun approach. The rental property registration and inspection ordinance is the shotgun approach to fixing housing. It is not a good approach. The reality, and I think I speak for all citizens of Omaha when I say, for the RPRIO, Rental Property and Registration Inspection Program, I think all citizens of Omaha feel that they should not pay for it unless they're living in a rental. People who live in a rental should pay for that program. You want to get some good feedback on that? Set the payment for that program up as a poll tax for renters, or a sales tax for rent. I mean, would it be like, $12 a year or, $1 a month? It wouldn't be much, but that would get to the city council the proper type of poll tax. Having anything in the budget to pay for that at all is simply wrong, and the people of the city of Omaha, I'm sure, would not like that. So my goal is to go into that $13.8 million planning budget and unfund the RPRIO. And I don't like subsidized housing as well. Those are the 2 things I wanted to cover. I would like to say one more thing since it looks like I have a few seconds. I wholeheartedly support police. They help greatly. They are a good influence in the community. Today we pile incredible administrative tasks on the police force. I'm sure they spend a horrendous amount of time in training, whereas in the past they would be out on the street solving problems and solving crimes. I think whatever you're spending on them, it probably isn't enough given all the onerous responsibilities they have. That covers what I had to say. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you'll take my advice implement what I say is really what I want you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last opponent, who made it just in time, is Dwayne.
Hello, my name is Dewan Lamont Hayes, 1707 Park Avenue. So when I look at this chart, it puts citizens at the top. And my my opposition in the budget is specifically because of the communication or lack thereof and the amount of time and space that it requires for that is available for the community to provide input. This also speaks to the Charter Convention, where we're making significant decisions about the appropriation of our dollars and how we're going to invest those into supporting various programs as are outlined here in the budget. But with how this process is outlined, this leaves one of the very few public comment periods that are available for people to provide support, as well as for the community to feel truly as a part of the budgetary process. I understand that it does come from the mayor's office and that it is then released. We have about generally a month, and then we have this hearing. In the in-between time, there's very little discussion, at least that I'm aware of, that seems to take place outside in the community, say with council members or with the mayor or with various department heads, so that when we do get to this place, that we actually as a community have a deeper understanding of what is being discussed. Because everything's going up. So when I look at a budget and it's more expensive than last year, we would shrug and say yes. But we also don't necessarily understand how these dollars are being appropriated and why. And so I would suggest that the city and within this budget outline either an office or an officer of innovation and information. Because as I understand it, the mayor's office is responsible for PR and those types of things. She does have a deputy chief of staff. It focuses on communications, whose background is in PR, as is mine. But what I've noticed is that consistently we find ourselves coming up to the dais to say, hey, I want this or I don't want this. But there was very little actual discussion, because what I'm saying to you right now, we won't end up having a conversation about. You see, it becomes a very formal process that alienates a lot of people. Many folks aren't here. Perhaps this is after 6:30, so this is actually a really great time for folks to be here. And it's indicative that when you aren't properly communicating with your populace and who you say the citizens are the ultimate decision-making authority, that doesn't feel that way. And we've addressed this a number of times. So when I'm looking at the overall budget and I'm considering, human rights and relations, human resources, and the mayor's office, looking at the communication dollars that are within there, I didn't have time to go through all 400 pages. But when I was looking at the top of the budget and how it was describing honesty, teamwork, as shared goals, it's not in this version, but on the online version, it talks about how we as a community have shared goals. It's difficult to have shared goals if there isn't actual communication and relationship established amongst the people that you're working with to actually come to a conclusive and supportive in something that people actually are interested in. And so, there are lots of people will justify every number in here for a specific reason or another, and I'm sure they are informed, but it's informed on a limited scale because it has not received input and understanding on the outside. Most folks, myself included, aren't spending our time with this document, to be frank, because we have other things to do. But if there were ways of making it more beautiful and more interesting and actually extend in a participatory budgeting process, that would be my second point. Or first, if we were to be honest, a participatory budgeting process within this budget, or at least putting dollars aside to begin looking into a participatory budgeting process, would be incredible for Omaha. It would be a great way for the community to be able to provide our input and to see a dollar amount and to see that commitment made. And then we as a city at large that's ever expanding can actually discuss and deliberate about what our needs are and to see the dollar be translated into something that we interact with on a daily basis. And we'd say, I was a part of that process. That builds a sense of pride, that builds trust, and that establishes a communicative relationship so that we don't have to be confrontational when coming to places like this. So my name is Dewan Lamont Hayes. Thank you for considering a participatory budgeting process in an Office of Innovation and Information. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes tonight's public hearing. I want to thank everyone who came tonight, on both proponents and opponents, to share their insights with us. Council members will take these insights back in our consideration for possible amendments to the city budget itself And as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, that consideration and any amendments to the budget will be on the City Council's agenda Tuesday, September 13th at 2 o'clock. With that, Madam Clerk, I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Roll call.
Rowe. Bagley. Johnson. Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Meeting is adjourned at 7:30.